I think we have. Oh, you're showing something else. Okay. The roles played by various education agencies in delivering labor market responsive curriculum was also shown. And we learned how research and innovation has been integrated in our education system, both in Finland, and how to exploit these entrepreneurial skills of students. In Finland, there was the teaching, which was research-based, and they had teacher education forums. They were also having practice-based research doctoral programs. So we saw that in Finland, the education is highly research intensive. They're integrating research in their education system. On the other hand, in Kenya, we have the Science and Technology Innovation Act, which established the Kenya National Innovation Agency, the National Research Fund, and NACOSTI. The Kenya National Innovation Agency's mission was to develop and manage a dynamic national innovation system that facilitates taking ideas to the market. Emphasis has been put on capacity building for startups and commercializations of these innovations. This involves both partnerships with the international sector, the national, as well as the private sector. Under the innovation ecosystem, we were informed that there are over 200 innovation hubs across the country and over 1,400 startups. In terms of innovative ranking, Kenya lies at position 2 in the sub-Saharan Africa and position 5 in Africa, while globally Kenya is in position 85. It is paramount for our country to strive to exploit research, innovation, industry linkages by strengthening both internship and apprenticeship, consultancies, research collaboration in consortia, incubators, and science technoparks. There exist different forms of industry academia linkages. For instance, we have the corporate contribution to university through undirected corporate gifts to the university fund. However, universities need to heighten their efforts in establishing possible areas of linkages with industries. For example, industrial fellowships, prototype development, fabrication, and on-the-job training and thesis advisors. Academia industry linkages can also be explored further through the National Research Fund, new model of funding, which seeks to unlock the research programs with funding from the private sector. This is a move that will jumpstart stalled research programs and further assist in pushing such programs to commercialization standards. We were also told that in Kenya, we need to be patriotic and also strive to popularize our research through rewards. We were also told to collaborate with those who have done better than us, and also step up efforts in internationalization so that we can have these collaborative projects and also be able to learn from those who have actually done better than us. I think those are the recap of what happened yesterday. In case there's something else which maybe members would want to add, I think they are free to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Laila. You will hold the podium and invite participants to make any further contribution on that. I'll run the mic. Any hand up? It is a blessing to be the first one this morning. Who is inspired this morning? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Darius. My name is Dr. Shem Bandu from the Cooperative University of Kenya. As a rejoinder of what the recap we have heard of yesterday, I think mine is to appreciate the efforts that the government is taking towards the promotion of innovation, as was presented by the CEO Kenya, and maybe the issue that we may want to think about is maybe the role of the government to increase funding towards innovative activities, because we know that innovation rides on research and development, and that requires funding. So even as we celebrate the strides that we have made, I think the government cannot remain to be a spectator in the funding arena for driving R&D and promoting innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kioni. Another comment?
I think we need to urge the government to increase funding for research to 2% as provided for in the Universities Act. And again, we need to sensitize the private sector, the industry players, to have the culture of work donating to the universities in terms of even individuals within the society, endowment funds within the universities. That culture needs to be established in the country because it rarely exists. Only 2, 3, 4 individuals which make contribution, and as a society we are not used to it.
Thank you very much, Professor Mluvi. Third comment, we are taking only 3 more. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. We need to really think seriously on how we can transit from teaching universities to teaching and research university. I don't know in this forum as we go out today, what are some of the resolutions that we'll have made on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you make a comment? On behalf of the TTIs.
Thank you. My comment so far is that the theme in co-creation calls us to work together for the user, for the client, with the client now.
Just a minute.
That the shift is co-creating with the user, not for the user. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A representative from the teacher training colleges. Principals of teacher training colleges. Thank you. I was about to ask where is the principal Shanzu TTC, our immediate neighbor.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Joseph Muchura from Bondo Teachers College. I want to appreciate, first of all, the decision to involve the teacher training colleges in this workshop. It is a well-known fact that for a very long time, the TTCs had been ignored. And our prayer is that from this workshop henceforth, there'll be a lot more focus on what goes on in the TTCs and more involvement of the TTCs. Apart from that, I would also ask the ministry to put a lot more funding, especially in the area of ICT for the teacher training colleges, so that they can be at par with the TVETs and other institutions which provide better leverage for learning in our institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And private sector, are we in today? Private sector. Thank you. Anyone else with the last comment? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Sarah Kubala, Registrar Kibabi Diploma Teachers Training College. We have appreciated this far that we've gone with the training and involving us. The only concern we have, as we talk about the vocational training, the diploma colleges are now heading towards that direction, in that some of the courses that are being offered in the TTIs are now being senior secondary school. So the challenge you have actually is the challenge of funding, because most of these learning areas are actually technical in nature, which calls for workshops, personnel, not mentioning the fact that the training of teachers by the universities has not really been focused on these areas of engineering, construction, and all that. So we have that challenge on our hands, and our plea is that maybe the ministry representatives who are here would actually understand that plight you are in, because we are going to have the pioneer students in September, and yet the courses have become very, very expensive. So the human and capital resources that we need are quite a challenge for us. So we need a lot of support, even from our sisters and institutions, the technical institutions, and more so the ministry that's supposed to fund these new programs, so that our training is geared towards the CBC curriculum that we are trying to start implementing as we train teachers for those students. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last comment at the back.
I'm from Musakasa TTI. I want to talk on behalf of the TVET. We have been talking about research and a lot of emphasis on research in universities. I also think we want to urge the government to also consider National Research Fund for the TVET institutions, because there is a lot of research that is going on, but the funding is a challenge. So when they are making calls for the proposals, I would propose that they should do a specific area for the TVET institutions, both in the multidisciplinary areas and also individual research areas, because where we sit, the budget calls for about 2% of the institution fund goes for research, and that is not enough. So for us to encourage the TVET institutions to participate in these areas, we ought to also allocate some funds, and also during the calls for proposals, they should also be given a category. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether the CEO, National Research Fund, has walked in. I can't see her, but I can see the Director, Research, Science, Technology and Innovation, and he's taking note. Final comment here.
Yes, Professor Moreiti from Testa University. And probably the issue I wanted to raise is the role of private universities in all these meetings, because we've been here for 3 days, but I'm not hearing much from the private universities. Wondering whether were they invited to this meeting, and if they did not come, what make them not to come? The second thing I want to, two issues, a framework on how institutions can work with the industry. I think that need to come from the government, so that we need to understand how much of the teaching do we do, and how much of the industry involvement do we do, and how do we participate, or how do we involve them, so that there is a structured way of doing the same. And the same way apply to teaching and research. We say that we are becoming a research university. How much of that is research, and how much will be teaching, so that at least we say we have a formula on describing the same, so that if a university decides to say we are teaching university, we know to what extent are they teaching university. If they are research university, does that mean they should not teach? Those are some of the issues that probably need more clarification.
Thank you very much, Professor Mureithi. I can assure you the private universities are here and well represented, as can be seen by the various vice chancellors who are here. Over to Professor Laila, but we take note of the issues you raised, and the chair, Commission for University Education, is listening, as well as the acting CEO, Professor Grace Njoroge, is in this forum. She is also taking note. The issue of specialization of university and niche areas, what does it mean when they are teaching universities or research universities? How do we go, and what guidance are we giving? A key thing that we should ponder about and come up with solutions that are workable. Professor Laila.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I'm happy that there was these other inputs, and the issue of linking research with our education was very, very clear yesterday, and also the linkages with the industries, which I've heard, and I also actually mentioned it, but I remember we were told that there is actually a policy on how we educational institutions are going to be interacting with the industry, but we are yet to see that the State Department of Post-Training. That's what they said. Mine is just again to thank you all. I think we are moving now to the next presentations for today. No, I want. Yes.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Professor Laila Bakar. She's technically our host university. She's the Vice Chancellor, Technical University of Mombasa, the only university at sea level, so she says. The university is at sea level. So when you are at the sea, you are at the same level with Technical University of Mombasa, down on Mombasa Island. Allow me to welcome our moderator for the second session, Professor Kioni. Professor Kioni, I'll request the presenters who are in your session, Professor Muluvi, Dr. Karita, please. I can't see Dr. Karita Proki. Hope she's coming in. Ah, she's here. And I recognize the presence of the PS, University Education and Research, Ambassador Nabukwesi. Most welcome. Today we said we'll be on time, and we are sticking to the time as stipulated in the program. So now it's the task of Professor Kioni to make sure that we run with the time as is in the program. Most welcome, Prof.
Thank you very much. Good morning. So we are about to begin the second part of this morning's program. But yesterday I was asked to comment on the issue of National University Industry Collaboration Committee. So, and I know that there are some 4 minutes from Professor Raila's presentation. So allow me to just clarify and comment on the work of the National University Industry Collaboration Committee. This committee was appointed by our PS, Ambassador Simon Nabukwesi, and it was given the terms of reference that are there. And I'm presenting them so that as we discuss and look at university industry partnerships or collaboration, we know what is already going on. So I don't have to go through that, it's just for you to have an appreciation. Please go to the next item. The committee is made up of 15 members, and it includes a number of people from universities, people from industry. Kenya Association of Manufacturers is represented. The Kenya Institute of Engineers is represented, and NACOSTI is also a member. NRF is a member. Kenya National Innovation Agency is a member. The Directorate of Research in the Ministry is a member. And the Director of University Education is also a member. So one of the things it has done is to come up with a plan on how to address the university industry collaborations. So what I've done here is just to give an example of the work that is ongoing, and I've picked TOR number 6, which is to establish linkages and partnerships with different stakeholders. So this is a kind of work that we have and is already ongoing. And I thought I'd share also, if you go to the next slide, I share a very important output. We've already established a framework for collaboration between universities and all the road agencies in Kenya. And this is on research and capacity building for sustainable road infrastructure. I pick this as an example of the work that the committee is doing. And I also pick this because this is very important. The road agencies have budgets close to 300 billion shillings every year, and they are willing to work with the universities to enhance the quality of university education. You go to the next slide, please. This is a typical framework of what we have done. This has, for this particular item, we have a framework that has 4 committees, an oversight committee made up of the principal secretaries, as you can see, including our principal secretary, Professor Nabukwesi being the co-chair. The principal secretary in the Department of Infrastructure is a chairperson, and we see the representation of universities. Then you have executive committee, a technical committee, and cluster coordination committee. Go to the next slide, please. And the oversight committee has the responsibilities, as you can see, to approve new areas for consideration and programs, approval of policies, approval of annual research budget and annual research programs, then institutionalization of partnerships through formalization and of responsibilities and management. The executive committee also has responsibilities to make sure that things are done. It is made up of the CEOs of the key road agencies. And we have the technical committee and then cluster coordination committee. So I'm giving this because it's very important for us to know the work that is ongoing. And the committee, this National University Industries Committee, is continuing with the work under the guidance of our principal secretary. So thank you very much. That's just a follow-up of yesterday's presentation. Now, it's my pleasure to welcome Professor Muluvi, who is the Vice Chancellor of Southeastern Kenya University. and also the chairman of the Vice Chancellor's Committee, and he's going to make his presentation of level of preparedness for universities towards the implementation of CBET. Let's welcome him with a hefty clap. Karibu.
Good morning. I'm told I have 15 minutes. I'll try to move very fast, and I'm sure I will be able to finish the presentation within the 15 minutes. I'm presenting on levels of preparedness for universities towards the implementation of competence-based education and training. Over the last 2 days, we have been told that Kenya has reformed its education curriculum from 844 system of education to 26333 structure of education, which we are calling the CBC. And this one stresses on competence-based education approach to learning. The overarching aim of the new curriculum is to equip citizens with skills for the 21st century. The CBC emphasizes on the learner's competence, the character, patriotism, citizenship, and ability to exist as responsible citizens. In CBE, the goal is to get all students to master a set of skills to a predetermined standard. The approach allows learners to advance based on their ability to master a skill or competency at their own pace. Therefore, CBC is outcome-based rather than content-based education and is tailored to meet different learning abilities that lead to more efficient student outcomes. I will basically focus on the last one. The universities are implementing the last part of the structure, which is the 3 years at the university level. We can move on. There is paradigm shift in curriculum reforms in Kenya. We have already been told that the competence-based curriculum in Kenya is geared towards replacing the 844 prescriptive-based curriculum, which has been blamed for being examination-oriented. The 844 education system has been criticized as placing much emphasis on content recall and cramming to pass examinations, and the critics of the system feel that the system doesn't allow students to identify their talents and exploit them early enough. And unlike the current system, where learners transit to the next class based on examination performance, the competence-based curriculum allows students to progress through classes upon demonstrating mastery of prescribed competencies. And the CBC calls for paradigm shift from knowledge-based education to competency-based education. Again, and like in the content-based curriculum 844, in competence-based curriculum, learners are equipped with the values, attitudes, skills, knowledge, and also provided with the competencies essential for future community service. The CBC curriculum mostly emphasizes on the application of skills and the knowledge to real-life situations. It is deemed to be more learner-centered, with the content being a resource to develop competencies, and it creates room for the learners to start experiencing and experimenting with abilities, and the teacher becomes a partner and not the source of all information. Implementation of CBC in the university, we know, and I know that universities are at different levels in the implementation of CBC, and the implementation of CBC requires the university management, the lecturers and the students to have paradigm shift in terms of graduate competencies, curriculum structure, teaching and learning processes, assessment, and the integration of soft skills in learning. The universities have a critical role in preparing and implementing CBC before the first cohort enter into the university in 2029, and thereafter in continuance with the CBC dispensation. Focus now is on developing Bachelor of Education programs that are CBC aligned. And I can say I can talk about the public universities. We have been engaging with the TSC over the last 1 year. It has been a slow process. Most of the universities would have by now developed the B.Ed education programs. Initially, the TSC said it prefers a consecutive model where we have Bachelor of Science, Bachelor of Arts, then we have a postgraduate diploma in education, and thereafter they changed the story. They wrote again and they said they prefer a concurrent model where we have Bachelor of Arts with education, Bachelor of Science with education. The duration is also contentious, so we are there talking with the TSC to agree on the format. Otherwise, by now, we would have been through with the Bachelor of Education degree program aligned to CBC. The university's role in the CBC implementation is categorized into 3: curriculum organization and implementation, review, revision, and the realignment of university programs, and research, monitoring, evaluation, and feedback. And I will spend the next few minutes on the 3. Curriculum organization and implementation. Some universities have established committees to guide their university senates in aligning academic programs to CBC. Some universities are developing a unit course on the CBC to be taught to all Bachelor of Education students in the university to prepare them to train CBC students before their entry into the university in 2029. Because at the moment we have to deal with the Bachelor of Education because the students graduating now are supposed to go and they teach CBC students in junior and the secondary schools. Strengthening the culture of embracing reforms in the universities, rationalizing timelines, personnel, and infrastructure requirements, among other activities in tandem with anticipated changes in CBC. We are also embracing relevant CBC pedagogies like online collaborative learning, learner-directed and solution-based learning, enhancing the capacity for teachers, trainers, and instructional leaders, competencies in creating supportive, safe, and healthy learning environments. We are promoting the adoption of competence-based curriculum by teachers, trainers, and instructional leaders. We are also participating in creating common understanding on our senior secondary specializations through defined pathways in grades 10, 11, and 12, and designed to inform preparedness for university education in the social sciences, STEM and arts, and also in sports. Again, we are identifying and nurturing champions of CBC reforms and linking up changes in basic education to university education, positioning and supporting the committees who will work with university senates, faculties, and other university players in formulating terms of reference for detailed curriculum reviews and the reforms required in the various degree programs in response to the CBC pathways. We are also continuously developing adequate and specialized human retooling resource through recruitment, sensitization, capacity building, financing from diverse sources, and also sourcing for finances to fund various courses. We are continuously developing and improving lecturers' competencies in line with the 21st century core competencies aimed at enhancing the provision of quality education. We are also restructuring staff development program for lecturers to enable them manage students transitioning to the university in the year 2029 after having gone through the CBC. And the teacher training faculties are incorporating CBC training courses in teacher training curriculum so that the teachers are equipped with the skills and the knowledge before venturing into the field to teach CBC codes. And that is basically what the universities are preoccupying themselves at the moment. Lecturers are being equipped or should be equipped with the technological skills to enhance their digital literacy and the integration of ICT in teaching and learning. On university programs, reviews, revisions, and alignments, we are supposed to be harmonizing and reviewing academic programs, taking into account the market needs, and ensuring adequate duration on job training, internships, and enterprise-based training. You know that university degree programs are now minimum of 4 years, and we are supposed to review all of them to make them 3 and degree program, taking into account what the learners will have learned in senior secondary. We are also harmonizing university curricula with the TPET programs for easier transition of students to universities, also revising the various programs and degree courses in line with the knowledge and the skills requirements of minimum 3-year university duration. We are strengthening the director of TVET. Universities have TVET directorates accredited by TVETA to have the capacity to teach your technical subjects identified in CBC. Also, restructuring the university courses to align them to meet the needs of CBC. In research, monitoring, evaluation, and feedback, we are developing communication strategy for linking CBC with the partner agencies. We are also auditing infrastructure and the resource requirements for the anticipated changes and strategically planning for the acquisition to accommodate the CBC requirements. We are also providing leadership in implementation of curriculum changes by undertaking research and innovation at junior and secondary school and university levels. We are also supposed to be rationalizing and implementing the phasing out of 844 structure of university education from minimum of 4 years to a minimum of 3, and also engaging in the development of competence-based curriculum on emergency transition from content-based 844 curriculum to 2663 CPC from both students and the staff. I think 2633. Developing the tripartite public-private partnership, focusing on strengthening participation with industries, research institutions, tertiary technical institutions, and other relevant stakeholders in securing the future and the relevance of CBC graduates. We will also be taking a central role in research, monitoring, and evaluation, and generating the research-based evidence to inform policy on the CBC implementation. That is our role. We will also be initiating dialogue with relevant stakeholders on how best to strengthen implementation of CBC within university programs. We will also be generating research-based evidence to inform on effective response to emergent implications of the new structure of basic education on undergraduate and postgraduate degree structures. We will also be initiating evidence-based strategies to inform training and assessment of professionals in schools of education in consultation and a partnership with the NEC to support other university faculties. We will also be participating in improvement of quality, and we will also be engaging relevant stakeholders on best practices in managing and facilitating smooth transition in implementation of CBC. In conclusion, generally, there is a global paradigm shift towards competence-based education and training. Lecturers and other educators who are vital in executing the changes in curriculum reforms should be well equipped with the skills and the knowledge to fully implement the CBC. And universities in Kenya at in different stages of implementation of CBC, and the competence-based curriculum is a stepping stone towards achieving Kenya's Vision 2030 and should be supported by all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Muruvi. You've done your presentation in exactly 15 minutes. We go to the next presenter, who is Dr. Karita Aproki. I think you have her brief. She has been in higher education sector for over 25 years, and she knows the applied higher education like the back of her hand. So that's quite a bit of experience. So she started her leadership as a career teacher. She is a passionate teacher, so it always will be one. She has over 10 years experience as Dean of Business Department in TAMK University in Finland, which deepened her knowledge and skills in education, leadership, and development. Her dissertation deals with leadership as well. So it's my great pleasure to welcome Dr. Karita Proki to make her presentation. Karibu.
Thank you very much and good morning. How are you? Third day going on? Fine. Still interesting topics here. Well, I was given the topic of bilateral cooperation between Finland and Kenya, and as you know, I'm not touching here the whole cooperation with business and so forth. We are talking about education here. We are here 3 universities of applied sciences and vocational sector. And about, let's say it was 2018, when the first delegation from Kenya came to my office and to all of our offices, and they were governors from counties from Elgeyo Marakwet and Uasin Gishu. And of course, Kenya is far from Finland, and you don't really know Kenya, so they were delegation that, as usual to us, I would say. You know that Finnish education became very famous, and since those PISA results, 2010 or around that years, delegations after delegations, hundreds, maybe thousands, from different countries of the world have been, they've been visiting us. So it has been a tough job, delegation after delegation to tell about our education system and try to find out with whom do you cooperate, who are serious, who are not serious. We Finns, we are absolutely serious people. What does it mean? It means that if a Kenyan delegation comes to my office and starts explaining that, hey, we would like to cooperate in this and this and this, I take it very seriously. I start working on it. We have had cases from different parts of the world coming to our training program saying that, oh, but I didn't understand that you are serious. We were thinking that when we come to Finland to your training programs, it's more tourism and more fun. We are used to have fun when we travel abroad to training programs. I was totally shocked. How come? Your government or your university pays your very expensive or not so expensive training in Finland, and you come here for fun. We are serious people, so remember that. If you tell us that the meeting starts at 8, it starts at 8. So that's something about our character when you cooperate with us. Like say, the Kenyan delegation came, and we started negotiating about degree programs. We have in Finland an aging population. You have totally opposite, young population. They need work, they need education, they need something to do. And I think these 2 governors were smart people, very smart. They wanted to invest their money to young people. What could be better? I think we all, as mothers and fathers, would invest our money in young people. There is no better investment. Or there is one, I would say. There are two good investments. Teacher education and investments in young people. Anything else is unnecessary, if you understand me. Next slide. You see, this is in the front yard from our university. From that meeting, I can't remember, was it 18 or 19, but anyway, before COVID time. It was perhaps 1.5 years when the first group of nursing, studying degree program in nursing arrived. They are there now in their 3rd year. The second group arrived, the third group arrived. A couple weeks ago, we got our physiotherapy group. Another university, from Heikkis University, got another group, and soon will be more. Vocational sector got several groups. So, what I'm saying, there was a gentleman here yesterday, somewhere around there, saying that we need action. This is called action. We don't need so many discussions and so many meetings. We should have to start piloting, finding the way, doing something. We will start soon research with these people. How do we do with them? Is there a way for them? What is the impact of these trainings? We never thought in the beginning that this would be such a successful story. It's already now. They are studying, they are doing their side jobs, they are sending money home, I have heard. They are doing very well. From my teachers, from our teachers, what I'm hearing, when I'm walking on the corridor to my lunch, they are, hey Karita, how are you? By the way, we love our Kenyan students. They are so good students. Never underestimate your students. They are very good, yes. So, we work in a very student-centered method, meaning that the professors and the students are at the same level. So it's very easy to approach our professors. We don't even call them professors, they are teachers. And they call them by their first names. So that's how we are. We are equal to our students. We work with them. We work for their future. We work that way that they reach the competencies that curricula is telling. This is what competence-based curricula is. You work with them, you walk with them hand by hand. You show your passion. The second picture on the right from you is I left Finland on Sunday, and that was in our local paper on Sunday. They are 2 physiotherapy students. And of course they have very big cultural issues in the beginning. They have to, know our culture and the way of working. But that will, in the future, when they come back or they stay in Finland, enrich both cultures, your culture, our culture. The way we are already working together with your country is remarkable. We are going to have a huge impact. And my deepest wish is that we will continue with teacher education, because that's what we all 3 here, we've been doing with so many nations in the world, that I don't think there is anybody who has done it more. And also, I would underline, following the impact. We don't want to just train. We want to follow. We want to make the change. We want the action, as the gentleman was insisting there somewhere yesterday. Next slide. So here I have listed the programs that are running in the vocational sector, in the higher education. I think we have already around, or there will be at the end of this year, there will be around 500 students, Kenyan students in Finland. It's a big number in our town. We are a small nation, as you know, remember that. So there's a huge impact into our towns, there's a huge impact to their small towns here in Kenya. This is what we want to do. We want to work with the young students, with the young people. They will change the world. As Juha was mentioning yesterday, it's not perhaps us so much. We old ones, we old dogs, we have done, I don't know if you can learn so many tricks anymore, but these young people, they later in my presentation today, but this is how I see the cooperation. Let's do it, let's pilot, let's go one step ahead, 2 backwards if needed, but again, 1 step ahead, 2 backwards. We have no time to wait. The world is moving so fast, the world is, the technology is changing, like Juha was showing us the picture yesterday that it takes time, but nowadays the technology is renewing every second year, I guess. So please remember this when you are working, cooperating with each other in your institutions. There is no time to wait for any kind of recipes from anybody. You are the recipe. You are responsible for your institution. But we can be there with you in this change process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. She's done on time and spared a few minutes, 3 minutes, but you give those few minutes to you at the end of the presentation. So I call upon Professor Nyaigoti Shasha. Professor Nyaigoti Shasha is currently the chairman of Kenya Commission for University Education. We all interact with him. He's previously served as Executive Secretary of the Inter-University Council for East Africa, and he served for a period of 10 years. He was the first Chief Executive Officer of the Kenya Higher Education Loans Board, HELB, and that was from 1995 to the year 2000. He's a Kenyan playwright and consummate educationist. He received a Bachelor of Education, Kiswahili language from Kenyatta University, and later studied at Yale for an MA in Anthropological Linguistics and a PhD in Kiswahili. Professor Shasha is coming to speak on institutional policy partnerships. Yeah, let's welcome Professor Shasha with a hefty clap. Professor Shasha. And he's a serious person, so he will spend only 15 minutes.
No, I'll save time. Thank you very much, Professor Kioni. And thank you very much, all of you. I think my presentation will keep on rolling there, but I'm not going to speak on the slides. Those slides will be part of the proceedings which all of us will perhaps have an opportunity to read. So if we can move to the next slide so that I compose my narrative, I will. I think we have, as a country, been a country of policies, especially in our education system. Right from the time we were colonized by the Britons, we have always wanted our educational system to be guided by policies, and these policies have been known by some of the individuals who led those task forces or the groups which worked on creating the policies. Historically, some of you who have studied the history of education in this country, you are familiar with people like Bicha, you are familiar with people like Ominde, you are familiar with people like Douglas Odhiambo, you are familiar with people like Kamunde, you are familiar with people like Dave Koech, and all those names. When you interrogate some of the activities that these individuals have led this country to undertake, they have all been focusing on, number one, the efficacy and role of education in ensuring that the country has adequately prepared human capacity. The human resource capacity has been the driving force behind all of these recommendations. But the recommendations have also featured on the structure of education. So we have had the growth and the development of education led by blueprints, led by documentation, led by documents that we can refer to and say, in this document, this is what we were meant to achieve as a country. And I think you keep on going through the next slide so that I can continue. We have had development partners come to our aid. We have had friends, international community come to our aids. We have had individuals sourced from other countries. And the most important individual who was sourced from another country was, I think, if we go to the next slide, was Mackay. The Mackay report, I think, was 1981. The Presidential Working Party. That Mackay report transformed the university policies in this country. It also transformed the way we were going to conduct business. Prior to that, we have had only one university with a constituent college at Kenyatta University College. Then we desired to have a second university. And that second university, we decided to have it different from the academic focused University of Nairobi, which was doing research. It was doing very well. It was producing people. But we wanted Moi University to be different. And I think one of the elements that the Moi University people pride in is the fact that all these things we are talking about, competence-based, their foundation was supposed to focus on that. That's why the medical school at Moi University was supposed to be different from the medical school at the University of Nairobi. But I think in terms of practice, somewhere we lost that touch because we all want to do the same things. In this country, one of the most unfortunate things that we do is we always want to be monolithic. We want to do things the same way so that we can compete. We think that if we do things the same way, we will be able to measure the competition and we will be able to applaud the person who succeeds. I think when the Mackay report came out, we celebrated because we wanted more university to focus on technology, to focus on applied sciences, to focus on practical things. But I think a few years down the road, because of our desire to access university education, regardless of whether it was going to be beneficial to us, we then turned Moi to be a competitor of the University of Nairobi, and later on Kenyatta became on board, and Egerton and the rest. Then we started the exponential growth. We have had a number of other interventions in terms of policies. We have had the people get concerned about, first of all, the challenges and issues that we are going to be facing the universities. And therefore, when you read the reports, I don't know whether the next slide can guide. When you read some of the following reports that have addressed matters of university education in terms of development, you find that we have sometimes grappled with the question of access. And this was a topic that the international community was concerned about in the 80s and the 90s. That higher education that time, earlier than that time, was very elitist. It was only available, for example, in this country for very few people. And some of these pronouncements then came about to say, how can we allow more people to access higher education, more people to access university education? And those were policies which changed the attitude of individuals towards the opportunities which were going to be available. And I think because of the questions that I'm going to raise towards the end about challenges, you find that we have kept on worrying about going into a university as a student without worrying about what do we read or do in the university, and after we finish the university, what do we or what are we expected to do, and how are we expected to be civic individuals who earn a living because we went to school. And that's why yesterday or the day before, I actually asked a question, why do people go to school? And I think as far as the university policies are concerned in this country, we need now to interrogate the question of all these people who are in the university. Are they going to be productive in the economy of Kenya? So that is the relevancy. We worry about relevancy. Then we came all the way to our constitution. We have had so many other pronouncements about what the rights of an individual in Kenya as far as education is concerned is all going to be about. And in the university we realized we were missing it, because as far back as 1985, we had realized that the university was going to expand. And that's why we formed the Commission for Higher Education, which in 2012 transformed itself into the Commission for University Education. And when we were transforming ourselves, it's because we had realized that initially the perception of Kenyans thought that the Commission for Higher Education was going to be focusing on only private universities. But we realized that we needed to look at university education as an entity, regardless of whether the founders or the sponsors were going to be private people, enterprise, or public enterprise. So we have had all these policies moving on. We have had a number of pronunciations. But I want to focus, because of the time, on the issue of governance. This that I'm responsible for, the University Act. I think the bottom line is for all of you to understand that at the university level, we don't differentiate between private and public. We are looking at the university system as an entity which is expected to focus on similar or comparable structures. And at that point then, the University Act talks about the sponsor and the founder. So if you are privately university, you come to us, we ask you when you are applying for a letter of interim authority from the Commission for University Education, we say, tell us in your proposal who is going to be the founder. For public universities, you are very lucky, but you are also unlucky because your founder, and that's because we can't interrogate the government because we are part of the government, we have not pinned down the founder to ensure that indeed their commitment to funding the university system is realized. And I think that's the challenge that some of you will want to talk about. That if the government is the founder of all these public universities, how come public universities are not properly funded? And that they are grappling with the day-to-day challenges of how to find money to meet their needs. Then we go on and say, if you are a university, you must have board of trustees. That's in the law. It's part of our policy. Board of trustees, we expect that they will be independent, they will be registered, there will be a legal entity that we can challenge and ask questions about the legal personality of the institution and how the institution is going to exist in perpetuity. Then we have the question of the chancellor. All of you know you are chancellors, and you know the challenge we have had sometimes because public university chancellor in the original law was supposed to be the president, the head of state. And then when we came to the time His Excellency, the President Kibaki, took power as a president, he allowed people to be appointed as chancellors on his behalf. So there are chancellors who are supposed to be appointed according to the law. We have described the process through which each university can find a chancellor. And I think the process is very easy for private universities. For public universities, it is a bit cumbersome because sometimes if the ministry and the Bwana PS, sometimes we suffer from public university perspective because the term of a chancellor ends and at the time it takes to replace that chancellor or to reappoint him or her becomes like an endless waiting period. And meanwhile, then chairpersons of councils have to be christened during graduation ceremonies as acting chancellors. And I think that's a big challenge for us, so that when we are meeting here, we ask ourselves questions like that. Then you have the council, you have the vice chancellor, you have the senate, you have the board of management for some universities, and then I think we decided, as far as policy framework is concerned, to give the students a voice. And in our law, we recognize the existence in the governance organs of the university, the associations of students or the unions of students, so that for each university, whether private or public, you have an obligation to facilitate the establishment of a viable student voice in the way you manage through their student associations. I think because of time, I want to say that we as a country, we are a country of laws, we are a country of policies, and our university education has always been pegged on very tangible, clear laws. And if you don't understand, the Commission for University Education is there for you to elaborate and explain exactly what it is that you need to do. But before I finish, I want to mention the challenges that we are facing by making sure this governance and policy issues are implemented. I think we still have a big challenge about understanding the separation of roles and the powers of the governance entities, especially in private universities. You find that sometimes the founders, or they say we are also the board of trustees, and then they want to be in the council, and then they want to know on a day-to-day basis how the university is managed by the management. We have had a big problem with some institutions. In fact, there is an institution which I don't want to name where they have never had a professional, proper handing over between the outgoing vice chancellor and the incoming vice chancellor because of this meddling between trustees and whatever. So that's a big challenge, governance challenge. Understanding the roles of a vice chancellor vis-a-vis the role of a chancellor. Understanding the roles of the council, which is established as a body corporate that manages the affairs of the university, and the separation of responsibilities between council and the management and the Senate. Sometimes it becomes very frustrating. But I think you also have a challenge as universities in this country because our policies that focus on staff and student welfare are very clear, but they are never implemented. They are never implemented because of the way we are funded sometimes. I will give an example. If you employ me as a professor, whether it's a public university or a private university, you give me a letter of appointment which says you're going to be paying me salary X, that factor. And then that salary X is paid to me, you deduct my taxes, you deduct my statutory deductions, and then the vice chancellor decides not to remit the money he had deducted from my salary, and he starts using it. Now that undermines the welfare of the staff, and therefore it will undermine the quality of the service that that staff member is going to give. And I think that's a big challenge. We need to talk about it. That you have employed me to teach for you, you have told me you'll pay me this amount of money, and then you are paying me this amount of money, but you take my money, because when you deduct that money from my salary, it is still my money, and I'm supposed to be paying tax, and you don't remit tax. So I'm in arrears at Kenya Revenue Authority, my tax is not clear, and then I find myself in that big challenge. Now you need to worry about student welfare. We need to worry and perhaps put policies together about infrastructure, facilities, so that universities can have some good quality facilities. It doesn't have to be glamorously very expensive, but at least it must be conducive and livable, so that if and from high schools, in order for us to understand what these students are doing now in their pathway, so that we can prepare a receptor, a receiving ground, so that when they land in our institutions, they will still think that they are still in the same trajectory. Thank you very much for listening to me. I'm sorry, Professor Kioni, for having taken perhaps 1 or 2 more minutes, but you can take back your microphone.
That's okay. You took 7 additional minutes. That's no problem. Thank you very much, Professor Nyegoti. We'll be back to you with very many questions. So allow me to welcome our last presenter before we go to the discussion part of this session, and this is Mr. Juma, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Global Peace Foundation Kenya, and he will talk on transforming education through workforce readiness. Welcome, Mr. Juma.
Yeah.
Karibu. And you can explain what your Peace Foundation does.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kioni. Everybody who is here today, my name is Daniel Juma. I am the Country Director of the Global Peace Foundation. And all protocols observed, all guests here today. I'm here to talk to you about transforming education through entrepreneurship skills development and workforce readiness. So, as you know, we are currently, Kenya is embarking on the review of the curriculum. And of course, we have had various contestations, discussions about the CBC, about the merits and demerits. And I'm one of those people who have been very receptive to the need to transforming education. Education, as they say, is the most important weapon that you can use to be able to change the world. Actually, Nelson Mandela said that this is the most important tool. So as the Global Peace Foundation in Kenya, we use education as a tool for peace building. Why do I say so? It has been proven, you know, that countries that have high illiteracy levels, countries that have, where the majority have low levels of education, are more prone to violence, especially the kind of violence we see in Africa. You know, if you have a big mass of citizens who are poorly educated, then they fight over such mundane things as who was elected president, who is elected governor, who is elected member of parliament, and stuff like that. But if you invest in your citizens and you educate your citizens, then they understand, for example, right now Kenya is going through an election. Then we don't see the need of fighting for who is president and who is not. Because at the end of the day, whoever is president becomes president for everyone. You know, there are other countries, of course, an example, of course, is Finland and European countries, those who invented democracy, where people vote in the morning and in the afternoon they're back to work. But you have seen that Kenya, whenever we are approaching elections, everyone is distracted. As you can see, even we are here today, and I'm happy to be here today when there is still a very big conversation about who was elected president and who was not elected president. So for me, it's a pleasant distraction to be here so that we can be distracted from that conversation. So if we have a citizenry who are educated, then they do not fight over such mundane things. But of course you may ask me, how about the US? You know, there was a problem, you know, when on January 6th, and you've been following on news, when Donald Trump was defeated by Joe Biden, and he refused to accept the result of the election. And he guided so many of his supporters to come to Capitol Hill and cause the chaos that you saw. But if you look at this US scenario, you'll understand most of those people who came fighting in Capitol Hill, most of those are those voters in the village within the US who have not had proper education. You know, when Donald Trump was elected, he actually was able to encourage those people who came from, the suburbs, from the interior, to be able to vote for him. So those are the people who are fighting for that. So for me, I think education is very, very critical. And that is why we use education as a tool for peace building. Is the slide okay? It's good. Fine. So education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. The next slide. You can go to the other one. I've already explained that one. Yeah, so our world is, of course, facing, so many problems that need solutions. And therefore, our students will need to have moral and innovative leadership competencies to harness their creativity, ingenuity, to bring about transformative change in all sectors to propel society towards a prosperous future. Next slide. So our education should be able to prepare the youth for future employment readiness. Now we are talking about the fourth industrial revolution. We also talk about Web 3.0, decentralization of data and blockchain technology. There's integration, cyber and physical systems. There's artificial intelligence, autonomous vehicles, the IoT, big data, and analytics, cyber currencies, and augmented human scale. This is the norm in other countries. So we need an ecosystem approach to education. We need to have the public, work with the private and also with the social sectors, so that we are able to bridge the divide. The education system is part of a bigger ecosystem. We need a greater cross-sector collaboration for more inputs and ideas. We need a greater collective impact results in our education system. So the OECD, the Organization for Economic and Development, they have been talking about the Learning Compass 2030. So talking about what knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values will today's students need to thrive and shape their world. Number two, how can instructional systems develop this knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values effectively? So students who are best prepared for the future are change agents. They can have a positive impact on their surroundings, influence the future, understand others' intentions, actions, and feelings, and be able to anticipate the short and long-term consequences of what they do. So our theory of change in this movement to transform education, we're saying that the first step to transforming education is to transform the educators. And the educators here, most of them are gathered here today. I always say they're the most important people in the ecosystem. I always say that the teacher is the most important person in the life of a student. And the teaching profession itself, I look at it as a mission. So if you can be a country that empower our teachers, we empower our teachers. When I was growing up in the village, I schooled in the village, the teacher was the most important person. The teacher was the role model. If somebody wants to know what is going on in the world, then they look for the nearest teachers. So if we are able to transform the educators, then we can be able to transform the school culture. And once we transform the school culture, then the students are transformed. And it's only then that we are able to impact school performance indicators and make students future ready. So the goal of education is not just to create, to give knowledge, but also to prepare students to be able to live, not just to earn a living. So this presentation basically looks at the huge unemployment amongst the youth. You know, people have been complaining about the youth bulge. You know, we many young people, you know. Actually, Africa is the youngest population in the world. So we, instead of complaining about the youth bulge, we need to be asking ourselves, how can we invest in the youth? These youth should never be a burden. These are a human resource. This is the most important resource that we are able to use to transform Africa. If you look at our system of education, every year, almost 1 million students, you know, finish secondary school, you know, and out of these, only about 10 to 15% transition to the university. Another 30 to 40% make it to tertiary colleges, leaving almost 50% jobless and available for misuse. According to the latest KCSE result, released in April this year, only 145,145 out of 826,807 students who registered the Kenya National Examination Council in 2021 achieved direct university entry marks. This means that 17.55% of the learners who sat KCSE qualified for university placement. So my presentation of us that Kenya must continue transforming our education to accommodate the hundreds of thousands of students condemned to failure by our education system. We also need to induct graduates from our universities and colleges with skills to prepare them for the workplace. I am an employer. Sometimes when I receive young people coming from schools, applying for jobs, they come to you, sometimes the way they present their curriculum vitae, you know, sometimes even the curriculum vitae itself has a lot of spelling or grammatical mistakes. So when I get students, and sometimes I get students from coming for internships in my office, dealing with, I have to deal with issues like spelling and grammatical mistakes. So this is something that the weakness of our education system. So we need to be able to prepare our students to be ready for the workplace. You know, and that's why we're talking about workforce readiness. Are our students ready for the workplace? Can you go to the next slide? Go to the next, yeah. So youth unemployment is a big issue, you know. We have everyone complaining about, you know, this issue. This is one of the biggest problems we have in Africa. Next slide. And if you look at the jobs being created, so from the school system, we have almost 1 million coming from the school system. Corresponding jobs are very, very few. But then if you look at the sectors that are creating jobs in our economy, the informal sectors are creating more jobs, and that's why it makes more sense to focus on the informal sector, the TVET and related. Next slide. If you look at even our politics today, you know, some of the leading politicians concentrated on the MSCs. For example, the president-elect, he led a campaign based on kazi ni kazi. But here, sometimes in Kenya, we look down upon these MSCs. So if you see someone selling sukuma wiki, someone working in the blue-collar economy, we think that person did not go to school, we look down upon them. In Europe, and I lived in Korea, some of these blue-collar jobs pay much better than the white-collar jobs. So the focus needs to be on that. Next slide. Go to the next slide. So recommendations and way forward. We need to promote vocational skills training, you know. as viable employment creation avenues. You know, we need to keep on training our youth on entrepreneurship skills. Next slide. We also need to focus on training on digital literacy and marketing. As related to that, you know, we also need to train our youth on market linkage and offer support services on the same. We must also, as we do that, link our youth to affordable seed capital. And government needs to align the curriculum with the requirements of the market. Lastly, we need to challenge the stigmatization of TVET as a secondary learning track. The government must make more efforts to make TVET and agriculture more appealing to the youth. Those days we used to call, you know, village polytechnics. We need to change that, you know, and make sure that it's more appealing. You know, let's have more plumbers. We need to have more mechanics. These are the areas where we have opportunities. Go to the next slide. This is some of the things that we do. For example, working with schools to be able to encourage young people, you know, to take up agriculture. This is Tarehe Girls High School. This is a tree seedling project that is sponsored by our patron, Dr. Manu Chandaria. And this is something that I think, you know, going forward, the CBC needs to continue so that our youth can see agriculture as very viable and very sexy. Next slide, please. We also have LEAP hubs. We have created these schools in high schools. We created these spaces in high schools where young people can be able to learn about entrepreneurship. So if you go to Mangu High School, if you go to Alliance High School, if you go to Moi Force Academy, we came up with these spaces where young people can be able to learn how to become the next entrepreneurs. So we need, our system of education should be able to churn out job creators as opposed to job seekers. And as I wind up, I want to challenge our educators today, the professors, the teachers, you know, even as we are having this political discussion, let us embrace academic freedom. Academic freedom is very, very critical, especially now when we have a transition. And some people are afraid which side of government is going to be in power and which side is not going to be in power. But at the end of the day, civic education is very, very critical for us to understand that whether it is Azimio that forms the next government or Kenya Kwanza, life continues. Actually, the biggest problem we have in this country is we have denied our citizens civic education, you know, so they do not understand. So something, if Kenya Kwanza is in power, then we have something to be afraid of, and the other side. So I think we need to encourage, you know, our professors to be at the center of the ongoing political discourse so that we understand. And one of my lecturers in the University of Nairobi, Professor Nyinguro, told me to never fight for any of these politicians. Never fight, don't kill yourself for them. They are all the same. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who is in power. When they go there, they will change and they're all made of the same skin. So I encourage our leaders, our professors, our teachers to help us to be able to guide our citizens to become, you know, economic citizens and to become leaders of
the next 1 hour. A few things the presenters to answer. And before I invite questions from the audience, I would like to pose the first questions. And based on the presentations that have been made, I will start with Professor Muruvi. You can answer from where you are seated, don't have to worry. And I think I'm going to ask all the questions and then I'll give you time to answer them. And Professor Muruvi made a presentation on the level of preparedness for universities towards implementation of CBET in the program. So the first question I would like to ask is whether at this stage there is a consensus among the universities on what needs to be done, and then if we need to have a clear policy and strategy and plan for a comprehensive and appropriate response to the CBC. And I'd like to, that's for Professor Muruvi. So I'd like to also extend the same question in a different way to Professor Shasha based on his presentation, and that's whether the Commission for University Education has pronounced itself on what needs to be done by the universities so that the CBC that's already being implemented in the lower levels of the educational ladder will be complemented by the kids finding universities that are already prepared. And in that pronouncement of policy, what does he think the process should be in terms of engaging the universities and other stakeholders? To Professor Nyaigoti also, and this based on the presentation that has been made, we have talked of, you've talked a bit about research universities and the vision of the challenges of universities keeping to their vision. This issue of research university was also raised in the morning. It was raised yesterday. But when you go to the Universities Act, there is no definition of a research university. We have technical universities, we have specialized institutions, then we have the ordinary university that is generally not defined. So I'm asking this because isn't this talk of research universities just confusing us and taking us away from what we really are supposed to do as universities? That's to generate knowledge and to disseminate. And if we really want to continue with this discussion of the research university, do you see the Commission probably seeking some kind of clarification or amendment to the Universities Act? Or should we just leave it to this chapter, you call it section 924 of the Act that talks of specialized universities? Then to our guest from Finland, she made a very good presentation, not based on what is to be done, but based on action taken. And I think there are two statements she made that we have to be serious and we have to act because there is hardly any time. Things are changing extremely fast. But I believe, based on your presentation on the partnership with the county governments and the very successful outcomes of having almost 500 students going to Finland in the next 1 year or so as part of what you and other institutions have done, would you like to probably give some kind of details about how people who are interested in participate in the kind of partnership can act going forward. You know, you give the example of the results, but we didn't understand the process. We know the governors came and visited your institution, but we'd like to know if there are other people who are interested in such partnerships, what approach would you recommend? Because that's not easy. Then finally to Mr. Juma and his presentation on transforming education through workforce readiness. Maybe you can comment on how the employers could partner with institutions, universities, and even technical training institutions in preparing the students to be ready for the world of work. So I will start with, we'll start with the panel here. Then once they answer, we will take a couple of questions because we have quite a bit of time. So somebody should help us with that, I believe. Should be able to take out the microphone. So Professor Muruvi.
The question Professor Kioni has asked is whether there has been a consensus among universities on what needs to be done and whether we have a clear policy on appropriate response on CBC. And I want to respond as follows. As Vice Chancellors, both the public and the private, we agreed the immediate task now is how to structure the Bachelor of Education programs so that the graduates leaving universities now have competencies to teach in the CBC in our secondary schools. Because right now we are going to grade 6, but the graduates in the universities are being trained using the old curriculum. So we have been trying to structure our courses. We requested the deans of education across the universities to convene and then discuss and agree on how we can move forward on this restructuring of B.Ed education. And I saw the chair of the Dean's Committee of the Faculties of Education is seated here, and she has made several presentations in the Vice Chancellor's Committee making specific recommendations on how we need to proceed. And we have built consensus, at least in public universities, on how we need to proceed over the issue. We have agreed for now, we will be guided by the task force report on CBC, and at the same time, we have also agreed to engage TSC to agree on contentious issues which have been pointed out by the deans of education across the board. For example, on the naming of the degree program, whether it is Bachelor of Education, is Bachelor of Science with Education, or Bachelor of Arts with Education, or it's Bachelor of Science, Bachelor of Arts with a postgraduate diploma in education, the duration of the program. The deans recommended to the Vice Chancellors that the Bachelor's degree in education, for example, can be taught in 4.5 years. Now, under the current arrangement, the TSC says it needs to be taught for 5.5 years, adding an extra year, which we believe is not necessary. And some of those issues, we are saying we are now currently engaging with the TSC so that we can finalize. But we seem to have built consensus over the issue. Individual universities may have to come up with individual policy, or now they will be able to implement the CBC, but at the moment, the task force report on CBC and also the deliberations we have at the level of to be making us move forward. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe Professor Shasha, please continue.
I hope, yeah, thank you. I think there are two things that I need to respond to. One is whether CUE has prepared guidelines on how the universities will address the question of CBC. I think we need to appreciate first, all of us in this room, that CBC is not rocket science. It's not something very difficult. I think graphically, what we are focusing on is if we are going to be doing a degree in nursing, for example, there are certain actions and roles and functions that a nurse does with her knowledge and the qualification. One of which perhaps is to prepare a solution and put it in a needle and inject a patient. So instead of the traditional way of teaching this theoretically, we expect that the learners who are following that line will be able to demonstrate that they can do that, because that's what they're expected to do. And I think it cuts across all the fields. So we will continue working with the relevant bodies, universities and other institutions to ensure that we at the university are ready. And as usual, since we are the regulator, we will prepare a set of standards that will guide the institutions in how to prepare themselves to receive the students and interact with them. Then the second one was on research university, the dichotomy between teaching and research university. And I think Professor Kioni, you know, you went to a very wonderful university in the UK. It does both. I also went to a very wonderful university in the United States. It does both. Sometimes it is not very good to really focus on the separation. I think what we need to do is to ensure that some universities can rise and move forward and be known for engaging in very serious intellectual research, applied research, and all types of academic engagement, which is known. For example, when you go to America, you are told about Yale, you are told about Harvard, you are told about Stanford. If you go to the UK, you are told about Oxford, you are told about Cambridge, you are told about other universities which are well known. And all countries have such kind of demarcations. But it is the individuals who work in those institutions who maintain this status. And I know in this country, we have individuals who have gone to these universities all over the world. There are universities, there are students here, engineers who have trained in the University of Tokyo, one of the best engineering universities. There are people here who have gone to Caltech. And there are people here who have studied all over. They have gone to University of Bergen in Norway or wherever, Stockholm. And they have also gone in the universities in Africa, including University of Cape Town, Nairobi University, Makerere. So we can do it. I think we just need money. And Bwana PS, the bottom line is that if you don't have money to support research, even if you have the first-class honors holders who are in your master's program or doing graduate work in your university, they will not do better job because research involves money. So I think we needed to ask ourselves during such a conversation, and we are hoping, PS, we're going to organize ourselves as university sector so that we can sit down and ask ourselves, why is the industry, the employers out there saying we don't even produce people who are ready. We produce people who are ready, but we need to give them money to continue demonstrating that they are ready. Thank you very much.
Hi. Hello? Okay. I cannot avoid commenting on your comment that I think it's very, because we are circling around the CPC here, these all 3 days, CPC is the thing. I cannot avoid commenting, saying that, and we were secretly here discussing this during one presentation, we bad students here with Dr. Saja. We were bad students. We were discussing that actually the CPC is, one of the roles is that it's reporting, it's communicating with the industry. I mean, if you are an industry representative and you read the curricula saying that Mathematics 1, Mathematics 2, or Pharmacy 1, Pharmacy 2, or whatever subjects there are, it's not communicating with the industry. It's, they don't know what skills they get when they hire this person. So the CPC is, one of the roles is to communicate with the industry. So if you would now have only 1 day to write your CPC for your institution, you should start thinking of the industry. Can they read this CPC so that they understand what the students' competencies are? Like Dr. Chacha was saying, okay, competence 1, she is capable of vaccinating a patient. She is capable of doing teamwork at that level. And then level what? But it's basically a report for industry. Of course, we can go deeper and deeper in that and so forth. But if you had only 1 day to make CPC to your industry, start with that. And it's an evolving process. It's never ready. And they change. If it's not changing, something is wrong. As we heard from these presentations today, we have to change all the time. So the curricula has to change all the time. I couldn't avoid commenting that. Okay, sorry. But to my question, the process, if the internationalization and sending students to Finland or us coming here is, what kind of process is that? I would say that, as I said, that we are serious people. We want to make an impact. We want to make the world better place. We want to invest in education. So I would, if you have this kind of intentions, I would like to know why do you want to do this? Because it's a big investment. It's a big, cultural change. So why are you doing this? I would start by why. And then, I mean, if there is if you find it's easy for you to find the answer, I think we can start the process cooperating together. Because we are doing this for improving students, improving processes, improving teachers' capabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are over to Daniel.
Thank you. Hello, can you hear me? Okay, so you asked how the employers can participate with the universities to prepare students for workplace readiness. One of the most important things is basically internships. Internships is very, very crucial. please send your students for internships. And internship doesn't have to be just once throughout the 4 years of the university degree. You can encourage your students to go for internships whenever they are on holiday, so that they are able to learn, on the job, how to practice what they're learning. I think this is the most important thing. Another one is encouraging our students to, hello? Yeah, so I spoke about internships, very, very critical. So send your students for internships. And when you send them for internships, urge them to be, to be ready to learn.
Are prepared in a different way so that they can contribute to the implementation of the CBC at the lower level. And even as we look at that group, we also need to think of the graduates who are prepared for TVET, not necessarily for the primary and secondary schools. The ones who are prepared for TVET, we need to look at how that group should also be treated. Then there is the other line of somebody, for example, coming to do nursing. medical education. So let's welcome Professor Byarugamba with a hefty clap. Karibu.
Thank you. My topic this morning is collaboration between institutions of learning and beyond. This conference we have enjoyed since Tuesday explains the notion of beyond. We shouldn't only collaborate with ourselves. I have a slogan that we make it happen to spur development, shelter and food for sustained production. But of the three, knowledge, health, and shelter and food, the last two are the ones in the hands of the industry that we lack to collaborate with. Therefore, knowledge is enshrined in the first university and the best university on earth. The best university on earth has one vice chancellor, has one head of department, has one custodian, and has one finance officer. And that university is the mother's university. Until universities and research institutions open gate, the industry and the first university, the mothers. I'm privileged to have studied at University of Cape Town. For your information, and some of you have been there or in the education sector of South Africa, term one during those days, or semester one, is not under the lectureship of professors, teaching assistants. It is under the mentorship of successful and retired business people and community opinion leaders that bridges the gap from high school to university. Therefore, we have a missing link to collaborate on the gap that is between universities, society, and industry. I have a legend that explains this designed model. Where have training institutions gone wrong? What policy clauses can correct this disconnect? Who have done it best? At least we cherish our visitors from Finland and would wish to copy from them. But I have something to tell you as a non-Kenyan. When you are at the best university in Africa, the University of Cape Town, Department of Environment, Built Environment, and Department of Economics, and Department of Law, all the time I was there, they were headed by Kenyans. I am an external examiner at the University of Cape Town under the invitation of the Dean of Applied Science, Professor Hoffman. Even today, economics and law are headed by Kenyans. Therefore, we need to avoid and make sure that we reduce on brain drain. Because when you look at the ratings, Cape Town, I think 11, but we rarely can get the 7 places. Front or varied capacities continue to hinder collaboration development. The 23 years I did teaching at university, the most selfish human beings are scientists. When you design your model, when you design your method of research, you don't want to share it. So this is where we miss it. Do institutions brand formal and informal exchange of knowledge, ideas, structures, products, patents? designs and plans? We don't. Therefore, the industry that is very smart and holds the economies of our countries, particularly Kenya, they leverage on free information in our publications. You can imagine how many individual patents we have. But I want to share with you that in Africa, the only professor with the highest number of patents, Professor Kiremere, is a Ugandan, but he lives in Botswana. When all these few questions are answered, then effective collaboration between institutions will be promoted. I was happy yesterday to learn from Professor Chacha telling us the history of university education in East Africa. As young universities, do we collaborate with the University of Nairobi? Do we have an MOU? Do we have an MOU with the University of Dar es Salaam or Makerere University? And in what? The model or architecture of early university education was engineering, Nairobi, law and political science, Tanzania, medicine and basic sciences. I have a few photographs down in the PowerPoint. They explain what we haven't done right as universities, colleges, and other institutions of learning. Education policies and laws must be relics of a unified cooperation. But it's unfortunate, the cutting-edge research from industry demands for development is developed by the industry or communities, rather than having our universities to inform industry of the changes that be. But this has been addressed by the young people. The young people are not waiting for industry to open their gates. They sit on technology and invent. Therefore, academia as key advisors to government in planning, execution, and rollout must be clear with hard data. If you are in some countries in Africa, 3 of them, Egypt, Morocco, and South Africa, on a click of a button, you'll know how many graduates there are in their country, what courses they have done, the projection of the population problems and interest, which takes me to a point that most research and collaboration in the past 3 decades has been on problems. And the world today no longer researches a lot on problems. Most industry researches on interest. So how can we change our problems into a narrative that is interest-like? In other words, we must change the way we write our ideas, our concepts, and proposals. There is no need to reinvent the wheel, but improvement on best fit, best practice at hand despite patent laws and rated institutions. So it calls for academicians, the academia, to quickly run out and negotiate with those with patents, and we sell them to industry. Next slide. These are the universities in Kenya. I apologize if I've left out a few, but for these universities, how many of us have an MOU with Makerere, University of Nairobi, and University of Dar es Salaam? And what sort of MOU or collaboration? Is it a blanket university collaboration? Is it a faculty or college or department? And I want to inform you that in the developed world, they don't make blanket cooperations and collaboration. They make individual, department, and at most college, because the best and guided minds work together best, rather than putting the collaboration into the hands of administration. We should reduce on bothering administration. Next slide, that's it. These are some of the regional global key collaborators, which we all know. But I put this slide for purposes of showing that these are the main collaborating institutions and many others we've done, but you can rarely find industry. So it speaks a lot of volumes, and we need to change it. But of recent, in the post-COVID and other pandemics, we have seen the entry of philanthropists, particularly the Bill Gates and others. Next slide. Time difference and advantages and problems in collaborations. When you look at the world map at night, you'll find that Greenland is lit, but you'll find that the sub-Saharan Africa is dark. And that's the critical time difference of the would-be best collaborators. If you are in Southeast Asia, it's a different time zone. In the West, it's a different time zone. When they send an email or a communication, you'll get it too late. So we need to have more energy and light, and we need to change as a result of the time zones. Next slide. I put on this slide on the summit on financial markets and the world economy. Just to challenge ourselves in this room. If I were to get an opportunity to this conference, I should have been closer to Bush. Who is next to America? China. Who is next to America? Brazil. Why? If I were a university that is young, I should be moving closer and daily and monthly to the old universities. Next slide. Technology has taken over. But Thomas Watson, the chairman of IBM many years ago, thought that the marketplace would need only 5 computers. How many computers do we have in here? We can collaborate faster and best because of technology. Next slide. Oldest universities in Africa. How many of us are collaborating with the oldest universities in Africa? And you don't benchmark and not reinvent a wheel. I apologize because I tried to Google moderator. I didn't know there was a Vice Chancellor's Forum. But I can assure you, we should congratulate the State Department for Higher Education under the able leadership of Ambassador Nabukwesi for this conference. I've been walking around in tea and not taking tea, but people are not taking tea. They are talking, and this is the time, and we need more. That is a photograph of Vice Chancellor's Forum in Uganda. Next slide. I'm time bad. What are the benefits? Old faculty feeds into young faculty. We who are in our evenings, we must work hard to die like sugar cane. If we have driven through Kisumu, the sugar cane that was stepped on by tires 10 years ago had never had bacteria to rot it. So we should die not with our knowledge, but we should have exuded it to others. New linkages from the new for block production and market chains and virtual community knowledge and development sharing with academia, industry, and market chains to load into products innovations and solve problems. For example, one of my good students, Professor Ogwang, proposed something called COVIDEX 5 years ago. But because of the push for the problem of COVID and the problem of looking for money, he released it before clinical testing. So we need money to do research, not present half-baked issues. Next slide, as I finish. Organizations and institutions of qualities qualify collaboration, and we need to organize ourselves. But what is superior expertise and specialized discipline, technology, and other specializations form the base. Next slide, as I finish. Areas of interest, we have this shared to us, but of course, we must reckon that any research must take into play strategic plans of an institution, the national agenda, regional agenda, and the continental and global agendas, so that we get collaborators. Next slide. The food industry should be the benchmark for researchers. You can imagine we block products from countries and others. But I can assure you, the consumption will determine the production. But how many of us are in production? But we all need to eat. In health, we must benchmark indigenous knowledge. You can check how early dentistry was, but the problem in Africa is identity crisis. You remember the story of Michael Jackson. And of course, we must improve on our standards of living. Next slide, as I finish. What are the steps? They are clear: chronology, administrative, and legal to avoid mitigation. Next slide. ICAD, as a regional collaborating institution, came up with an idea to look at the mobility and information gaps. And we were lucky to collaborate with OSA, an implant, bone implant manufacturing company in Malaysia, and is willing to partner with all medical schools in the region. We hope now that COVID is over, we should count all of you as universities that partner with us and those that have not, so that we harness this. But this is where we are. The young man is trying to complete homework at a time before it is dark because we don't have the energy. And finally, the last slide. Albert Einstein had this to say, that the value of a college education is not the learning of many facts, but the training of the mind to think. I thank you all because you think.
Thank you very much, Professor Byarugamba. So it's now my pleasure to welcome back Dr. Kalita to make her presentation. And yes, please, you can come over. We have only 2 presentations for this session. After that, you go to the discussion session. So, welcome.
Hello, a presentation from Professor Lumumba, the picture where, what if we need only 5 universities in the world in a couple of years? Think about that. It's possible. There's through internet, through digitalization. What if we have that? Think about that. I think we have to think big. I was quite inspired by that picture. Okay, in my presentation we are again painting a little bit bigger picture. We are still circulating around the question, which is the most important question here all the time: why? Why are we heading to something that we don't know? Why do we have to change? What is the new normal? And we have to admit, at least I do, that even though the COVID was bad times, but it accelerated some changes. Do you agree? Think about in how many meetings we would have sat around the world deciding whether we use digital methods in teaching, or not. We spared thousands of hours, and we did that overnight, if I put that in a short. But I still claim that we are too slow, and as World Economic Forum here says, we have been very, very slow. The technological infrastructure and changes in the workplaces, it has been enormously fast. But we are still in education in our silos. See this picture from the 14th century. Is church, obviously. There is somebody in the front, like I'm standing here now in the front. You listening to me, trying to, I'm trying to transfer the knowledge. Little bit repetition, but anyway. 14th century, picture found in the internet. Learning in the 20th century, nothing has changed. Only the desks maybe and chairs and so forth. But again, they're in rows studying. This is learning. And then couple hundred years passed by. 21st century. Oh, it's a little bit different, but the same setting again. So I claim that we haven't changed much. And we have to speed up. We have to take it seriously that we have to change. We have to understand their learning in different ways. There has to be options for our students. Pretty much now offering throughout the world only one-way street. So now we are circulating around the question of CBC, but we should circulate at the same time around the question how to move towards activating learning methods and take that question also seriously. This is absolutely the best picture drawn in the world. I don't know who did it. I copied it from the internet, of course, but we educators, we must discuss this, debate, discuss, and reflect. What does this picture mean to us? The students are not with us for no reason. They are there for purpose. They are going to the work life and in life in general. Are we still thinking by subjects, or are we able to combine, as Mr. Lumumba, Professor Lumumba was saying, are we able to move towards multidisciplinarity? Are we able to move towards more authentic projects with the world of work? Are we able to to cooperate? Are we able to be international? Because that's what they are doing when they are going to the work. They work in international companies, they work in local companies, they have to cooperate, they have to do teamwork, they have to, you know, see the world through different lenses than the subjects. So, what I mean is that creating learning connections is more valuable than creating content. Content is important, I'm not saying that, but that's not the only thing. We have to understand and accept as professors, as teachers, the fact. Thank you. World Economic Forum, by the way, is a good source, and I'm quite sure you are using it a lot. We are now in this very, very challenging situation. Not, you know, everybody. We too, also in Finland. So we are in the middle of kind of crisis. 50% of all employees will need reskilling by 25. 25 is almost tomorrow. How do we handle that? Is our continuous education system geared to this? No, it's not. Not even in Finland. We are also in Finland, you know, struggling around this question a lot now. So it's not only the youth, it's also those who are working at the moment. Critical thinking and problem solving, top skills at the moment. So whatever you design in your competence-based curriculums, make sure that these critical thinking and problem solving skills are there, almost at any module, any course. This is how they enter working life, being able to solve problems. And then what is emerging was said already here somewhere earlier, yesterday I think, but self-management. I don't know here, but because of the COVID time, it was very clear to us that students working 2 years, almost 2 years at home, more or less, self-management skills, they were actually lacking them a lot, and a lot of mental issues were brought up. I don't know here, but in Finland that was the case. So we have to also take care of that as higher education institutions, and especially vocational institutions. So again, we come to the area where the subjects are not that important. They are important, I'm not saying that. But if you are a chemistry professor or if you are a math professor, you also have to take care of these issues. It's your responsibility, nobody else's responsibility. You as a teacher, coach, facilitator, whatever you call yourself, this, I mean, not talking about the managers, I mean managers, leaders, also you are responsible for guaranteeing these self-management skills. Next one. Next one. Finland is attacking now this kind of issues with the National Digital Vision 2030. My guess is that with this DigiVision, where one student identity for Finland, for all students in Finland, digital higher education courses offered in one platform for all, flexibility and large offering. I mean, everybody can take them. If I can take from north, east, west, south, any university I want. They're online. It's flexible. You know, I can choose the courses that fit to my schedule. Maybe I work, maybe I don't work, maybe I want to study during the weekends. So the keyword, flexibility. And they want, our government want at the moment that we form a my portfolio. Like I will always carry with me my portfolio. Whatever I did, I have it somewhere digitally. Yes, can you still go back to the other slide? So this is happening in Finland at the moment. This is how we are very heavily now fighting, not fighting, but developing our institutions, higher education institutions towards the future. This is one of them. Of course, digitalization is one of them. But those competencies meant earlier, they have to be embedded in everything. Okay, now next slide. How much time do I have left? 5 minutes. Okay, no. I was thinking that if I could have more time, I would ask you to think, but you can do it without me asking it. Why, in the future, our most crucial question will be, believe it or not, why to come to the classroom? This is something that everyone here in this hall should be able to answer. And I would have asked this from you if we had time. You should be able to answer this. I tell you one example. My son is studying to become an engineer. And during the COVID time, a lot of course, online courses, and then back to the university, and then in the classroom, let's say it was physics. And then he comes back home, and I see him, you know, in the internet taking a physics class. And I said, what are you doing? And he said, oh, I'm retaking the class. You know, I didn't like the teacher at the university. He was so boring. So he went to the internet, searched the same topic, the same theme. Let's say it was math. And there was somebody, you know, telling very interestingly, very, you know, funny way or interesting way for him personally, to study that subject. And I was like having a, you know, like bling. Okay, he doesn't have to go to the classroom to study that subject. He found it by himself in the internet and, you know, repeat it as many times as he wanted because he liked that person. Maybe I would have chosen somebody else, but the internet is full of classes, full of those modules we also run. So again, coming to the question, why do we come to the classroom? It has to be clear. I'm answering, my personal answer is that of course we have to come to the classroom, but it's nothing like this. It's not that you are reading your PowerPoints. There has to be something else. There has to be assignments, there has to be discussion, there has to be something active, which is very hard to do through the internet. Possible, but not very easy at the moment. And where do they learn these social skills, self-management, etc., critical thinking? But in the very, very near future, we are not asking them to come to the classroom just to see my slides, because they can do that at home. That's not sustainable. I've still listed here some future musts. As you see, also already touched some of them. And but I will also only come back to this internationalization. This is what we should do together all the time. So start becoming active partners, finding partners, because if there will be only one university in the future, we have to, you know, communicate and network from now on. And another claim that I have, that we move basically from this passive learning to a very active learning. These generations are not ready to sit in the classroom too long and for no reason. Next one. We didn't touch here too much about the change management skills. Yes, I have 2 minutes. Change management skills. So, in order to change at any institution, we need good leaders. We need those who are professional leaders and have these change management skills. It's not easy, but you have to be able to move fast, and create the purpose for this change with your team. Next one. And I will end here by saying that the role of the creative leader is not to have all ideas, it's to create a culture where everyone can have ideas and will feel that they are valued, and the cooperation with your team is absolutely important. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Dr. Proki. So we now have about 20 minutes for questions. So as usual, we can take questions from the floor. We have Professor Ayilo. Maybe just raise up your hand wherever you are if you like to ask a question. We have Professor Ayilo.
Yeah, thank you very much. My neighbor from ICAD, and this very interesting presentation. The Finnish names are very difficult. I wish we could pick them quickly, but thank you so much for the presentation. I would like, if you could run to the 2 slides she gave, that she highlighted in yellow. Again, we are trying to learn. We are trying to pick up what I was talking about yesterday, the constructs of CBC. And that's why I agree with my chair of the Vice Chancellor's Committee that arising out of this workshop, we need to come together with the ministry and the team representation from Finland, so that we can basically begin to construct a curriculum for training the trainers in the universities, so that every university has an expert. CBC is not something you just walk into. No, the next one, the other slide, the one of 50%. Yes. If you look at the last yellowing at the bottom, it says skills in self-management such as active learning, resilience, stress tolerance, and flexibility. That is all. Those are all constructs in emotional intelligence. So it is not a matter of giving content. You must form a matrix within which you can deliver that content. And we must get some standards as Kenyan universities in anticipation of the CBC graduates. Let us learn from the difficulties the basic education has had in implementation of CBC. This is what I was talking about. So 21st century skills is about critical thinking, problem solving, and relationships. So whether it is maths, engineering, education, medicine.
Okay, please conclude. Ask the question and then we move on to the fundraising.
So I would really, mine is not a question. Mine is just to ask that arising out of this, we should be able to resolve on the way forward, the universities, the ministry, and the Finnish team. Thank you.
Okay. Maybe another comment? Okay. Yes.
Paul Shiundu is my name, DVC Academics at the Technical University of Kenya. My question goes to Dr. Karita. Is it? Now, I know we had a conversation earlier on today but I feel that this should also come out so that the audience gets to also appreciate this. I was saying that in Finland, my knowledge is Finland has two types of universities. University of Applied Sciences and what you call academic universities. Now, I believe that the two types of universities, their interaction with industry, the way they interact with the industry is very different. The type of academic members of staff that work in the two sets of institutions, I believe, are also very different in terms of requirements. The type of researches that are conducted in the two sets of universities are also very different. And if I make emphasis to University of Applied Sciences, I believe that there would be a lot of link with the kind of things about competency-based in terms of emphasis. First, I wonder whether those statements I've made are accurate, so that I would like you to comment on the same. And when we look at the scenario here in this country, there is the normal conversation that graduates are not market ready. But this doesn't take into consideration the possible variations in the types of universities that we have within the country. So the question then is, or would be, in this country, what should be the emphasis? Of course, it's not a question for you to answer, but that's a conversation that we should be having. What kind of industries do we have in the country? How sophisticated are they? And which ones would be applicable to any of these types of universities that we are talking about? Maybe just a general comment from your side. Thank you.
Okay. It seems those are the two questions that we have. We'll come to the other questions after we've responded to the first two. And as we do that, please note that the afternoon session, not the afternoon session, but after lunch, we have a session on the future of education. So somehow there is an overlap of the theme of the session after lunch with the one that we currently have, which means we'll have a lot of time to explore this topic. But having said that, Dr. Proki, please go ahead and answer. I think the question by Professor Shudu is the one of the appropriateness of the industry.
The industry linkage.
And the industry linkage, whether by virtue of the industry not being very developed, then we have challenges of implementing or responding effectively to the CPC agenda.
Yes. Yes, I think it's now very crucial to Kenya to find the way to work with the industry. And, you know, it's hard to give advice. Of course, it's just my opinion, but I would say that how do we do it is that our professors, they are automatically connected to the industry because they cannot start working with us without a work experience in the industry. So they actually come to teach to our universities with the connections, with the network. And their duty is to keep up with these connections. So it's nobody else's duty and responsibility to find the connections than the professors. So I think this is the easiest way to start working with the industry and business is to look at the mirror. Do I have any connections in the industry? Is there an uncle who I could call and start working with? And it starts accumulating very easily when the good news spread. This is the way since centuries, good news spread. And I mean, we have to be very clever as professors and educational institution managers to discuss with them, because our language is sometimes like a foreign language to the industry. We talk with about our CBCs and modules and core, you know, the language is totally different than what the industry is talking. So we have to find a way to talk to them, and they have to see win-win. So we have to be clever. What is win-win for them? And I've always said that when I was a teacher, I took some authentic assignments and projects from the industry, and I told them, you don't lose anything. You just give me a project, an assignment. We'll work on it and we'll give you the results. They don't pay anything. They just have to spend a couple of hours with us to hear the results. They can perhaps use it or not to use it. Or the students, they write their thesis to accompany on their challenges and on their problems. So they don't lose anything, only a couple of hours. But I would underline the personal connections, and then bringing these connections to your university, then the other professor brings something else, the other one something else, and soon you have a nice, beautiful network there you are working with. And then it becomes riper and riper every year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to also ask Dr. Byarugamba, Professor Byarugamba, to comment on that issue, given that he comes from the life sciences, his background with life sciences. How do you address that issue of partnership and realizing the objectives of CBC?
Thank you. Education comes from tradition and culture. If we cut off culture and tradition from our formal education, then we miss the interests of industry. Industry is out to satisfy the needs of society and make profit. If we borrow from the times of London College in Nairobi, Makerere, and Dar es Salaam, they were community-based. Therefore, as we move forward to have the trainers of trainers model, as Professor of Desta has said, we need also to involve the communities. We need to interrogate the problems we have in society, the agenda of government, and also craft out a quick matrix that can satisfy society, leadership, and academia.
Thank you very much. We get another round of questions. I know there's somebody there, Professor Odhiambo. And as we do that, I would also pose a question for Dr. Proki regarding the reskilling, the 50%, saying that the 50% of the people already working or in the industry will require reskilling in the next 2 years, by 2025. The question is, who drives this? Is it the industry? Is it the dynamics of the industry, the market forces that drive the reskilling in terms of facilitating through payment, or is it done through policy in Finland? And what can we learn from that? Then I would also like to ask Professor Byarugamba, because he's in charge of an institution, an East African institution whose formation was based on partnership between countries and partnership of universities in the Eastern Africa region. So, do you have programs that promote partnerships or collaboration between institutions? And as I say that, you did ask, pose a question of how many institutions have partnerships with Makerere University, University of Nairobi, Moi University, the old universities in Kenya. Of course, I know there are quite a number. But we tend to have more partnerships with the European universities, but it's because there is their program that promote that. We had a presentation yesterday on the Erasmus by, I think, Mr. Harrison. The Erasmus program that makes it a condition for universities to have partners within Africa and with the European universities for them to qualify for the Erasmus Mundus program. You have such programs in ICAD. You can, as you prepare to answer that, I'll ask Professor Odhiambo, and maybe two other questions. There's somebody at the back there, can't see clearly. Oh, it's Professor Gong. Any other question from this end? Yes, we have one at the back. Then after that, you take the lunch break. Professor Odhiambo, please.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Professor Odhiambo, the Vice Chancellor, Meru University of Science and Technology. Very good presentations about what is happening in Finland, especially a university of 21st century. One of the things that really caught my eyes is the portfolio that I can come, I learn something, and then I record it somewhere, and then I work with it, and later on I can come and learn something just like that. And at the end of it, that portfolio of all the salad of all the things I've learned, now I can get a certificate. I hope I got it right. This is almost the same concept that is now happening in North America, micro-credentialing, that if I'm teaching a calculus, there are several topics that are there. And all of them, I can take one at a time, I drop out, then one at a time, I drop out, and at the end of it, I have a salad of all of them. I've covered the whole syllabus of calculus, and therefore you can recognize that. Now, I don't know, like Professor Church, I don't know whether you are still around, our regulator. Are we prepared for this? When universities go to the 21st century status, where now perhaps we'll be doing this kind of thing, our standards, the quality standards, do they recognize this? Are we ready for this? And then for our colleague from Finland, the university level, I know yesterday we looked so much on the CBC, basically at the basic education, and we were taken through the CBA, competency-based assessment, that most of the things, the marks, are got earlier on at the formative stage, and the summative stage, like in Kenya, perhaps we are saying they are going to be 40. Is this also the same thing that is happening in the universities? When I graduated in the 80s, a professor like Ahiro here, who seemed to be a very passionate professor of education, would give me cards, continuous assessment tests, word 30. And then the other one at the summative stage, given me a written examination 70. And then for our universities right now, as we move into this level, are we trying to think this way, that most of the things perhaps we are going to invert from 60-40 or 40-60 or 30-70, now it's going to be 70-30. Just my comments, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Odhiambo. At the back, Professor Gong.
Thank you so much, our moderator. My question goes to Professor Proki. There are certain disciplines which, if we are talking about the university of the future, may actually be lost because the students are no longer interested in them. One of them could be, for example, agriculture. Yet we know the society depends on agriculture for sustainability, food production, and supporting the economy. The question is, in Finland, especially when we are looking at your presentation today of the universities of the future, is there a chance that there's deliberate effort by the government to support such programs, and how do they interest the students for that matter? Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Ong. The last question there.
Thank you very much. Moses Ouko from Mosorio Teachers College and product of Egerton University and Kenyatta University. My issue here is on linkage to the universities. A lot has been said about linkages, and we have not talked about the how. How are the universities putting in place strategies to link to the universities? Is it by schools? Is it by a certain departments? Because I can be able to remember while at Egerton University, the university was able to connect us for internship. All students were connected. Some went to US, some went to government departments, and we had no issues at all. We went through the process very well. Today, and our practical examples where students have to struggle to get places to go for internship. It is a tall order for students to be told, go for internship. They go looking everywhere, they're knocking the doors of offices, and they don't, some of them don't land anywhere. And the university doesn't care. What is the university doing? Because then it means already such students are being failed by the university. Thank you very much.
Okay, so the very last one here. Okay.
My name is Abdullah Omar from Wajia Tarbaj TVC principal. I would have liked to ask on CBC, I am asking whether Finland, before they adopted the CBC, what were some of the challenges, the main challenges they faced, or there were no challenges? That is the first question. And then the other question, CBC curriculum is very important as a nation, the Kenyan nation is also adopting that and has already enrolled. Now, my question is, as the end product of CBC in Finland, creating locally innovative ideas in all sectors. For example, here in Kenya, one of the challenges we have, although we also have innovative ideas from the nation, but most of, if you look at the most mega technological products, most of them are imported. Let's say softwares, in terms of computer softwares, cybersecurity, all those things, we normally outsource them from other nations. Now, is Finland having their own products which their students have engineered or programmed? That's the other question. Then, on matters of partnership and linkage. I will have asked if it is possible, the conference will have proposed a common or a joint conference between Finland institutions and the Kenyan institutions so that we might ease the institution MOUs directly between institutions to institutions. If it is possible, we organize a conference for institutions from Kenya and from Finland. And then, sorry to take a lot of time,
Okay,
the last question.
Okay, the last one, please.
The last one. We have a lot of manpower in Kenya. We have very many graduates skilled with no much jobs. Is it possible for the Finland government or the Finland people to provide
a linkage for our people so that they get somewhere they can use their skills and earn at least a living. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So that's addressed to you, but the issue of partnership was handled yesterday by the PS, and he said there is an MOU already signed by all the principal secretaries in the Ministry of Education and the counterparts in Finland. And he indicated that that's going to be cascaded to the institutions so that all the institutions can benefit from that. So I think that was comprehensively answered by Ambassador Simon Abquest yesterday. But there's a question that has been asked on linkage to the local problems, the CBC linking to the local problems, and the issues of whether Finland experienced the same issues of technological barriers that the country could be facing. So as you answer that, you could also respond to Professor Odhiambo's questions, and although part of it was meant for the Commission for University Education, I don't know whether they are here to respond. Oh, Professor Shasha, you are still here. And the question by Odhiambo is really simple, that you have now the freedom where students can pick courses and topics from a common platform, going by the DG Vision 2030 of Finland, where they just have a common platform with all the courses. So how do you then accredit and control standards when we have that kind of practice? So I think this is going far into the future, and it's going to be interesting. But added, in addition to that, we are asking, does that mean basically the merging of institutions that they are working together, and more or less the head of individual universities as we know it today, where you have a common platform and therefore somebody can get a degree by taking courses from that platform? Maybe you answer those. I quickly check whether there is something else. Again, the issue of agriculture, whether there are exemptions made in that platform from Professor Agong. And we will deal with the issue of internship separately. Yeah, Dr. Prot.
Okay, moderator, I truly hope you help me remembering all those questions all the time. So many questions, but okay, let's work together. Okay.
You can start with the one of
I will start with the continuous learning. The gentleman, I think he left, but
no, he's here.
He's here. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, the continuous learning, like reskilling the most of 50% of the population, is a policy on the agenda of our politicians. They are pushing it very hard. So they have already established a so-called office to generate this knowledge and create the systems for this. Of course, for example, in all our universities we have continuous education units that are providing continuous education. But then this sudden, like a storm, it came like a storm, these numbers and figures telling us that we are almost pushing the panic button now in Finland, because we are a so small nation. It's a totally different situation than here in Kenya. So we are lacking so much workforce. So actually, the gentleman you were there behind there, we are lacking workforce almost at any field. So we have to, at the same time, focus on finding new workforce from different countries and reskilling our own people who are still working. So it's quite a challenge at the moment for small Finland. And this cooperation between Kenya was kind of a very small, tiny opening. So we started bringing nursing students from Kenya. We have to do this in a much bigger scale in the future. So I'm quite sure that there are a lot of possibilities for Kenyan youth to come to Finland. It's hard. Our language is hard. Do you want me to speak Finnish? So I'll show you that it has nothing to do with English. So it's a hard language. And that's the way you find work in Finland, that you have to speak Finnish, at least in most of the jobs. Not all, but most of the jobs. So I would say that there is a lot to do with continuous education, reskilling. We have to find ways. Digital vision is one of the answers. So there has to be a flexible way to tackle this issue. We cannot ask them to come to classrooms after the work, like in masses. They are coming now, of their own will. But companies, first of all, to map what are those skills that are lacking is a huge job. And the most advanced companies are doing it, starting it by themselves. We have to find some continuous education for our people. Then they, call us and say, hey, what can we do together? But this should be done now in larger scales, and we don't know any other answer now than DigiVision, which is not ready yet. It's a vision, 2030, so we must work on it. And this My Portfolio, the gentleman there was, mentioning, is also an idea now. But we will do it in a long run, and it's the future that you carry in your pocket your whole history. And it's visible for everybody. I think that's the future, and it's doable. It's nothing, the technique is there. We have to just, decide that this is the way we do it.
Okay.
What was the next one?
Yes, you've answered, I think you've responded fully to the question asked. We'll take a break. We ask him to answer one of the questions, then we may come back to you. One of facilitating universities to have partnerships.
At African Institute for Capacity Development, we have a program on universities and research institutions that can help universities in, for example, the cause of funding. The recent one has been the BioInnovate. You might find that the funding gap, you have a good idea to fetch you funds, but you don't have collaborating institutions with your department, college, or university. So we have a whole program of all the East African universities that if you reach us, we can quickly connect you with the scholars in the different departments. And also, we extend outside East Africa, like we have had to help the BioInnovate recent call with universities in Ethiopia, and we have also a database and a program of universities in South Africa. But above all, there are online calls, as it is said that if you want to meet from an African in the history days, you'd put it in writing, but today you put it on the website. So as ICAD, a clearinghouse and regional organizations, and in collaboration with the East African Community Science Technology Commission, we have a database of the European and American universities. Should you be required on a call that you have accessed through the website, you can reach us and we shall connect you with the universities we have MOUs. And in any case, the confidence of a university to deal with a new academic or a new department depends on the relationship that you have. Should you not have it, please reach to us, because after all, we are there for you and we are funded by the governments.
Thank you. We can have a very quick response, 30 seconds to the issues of accreditation if you have the DG Vision 2030. Professor Shasha.
I think all of you know, those of you who are from universities, that we work in collaboration with you to develop our instruments, and faced with new situations, we will invite some of you as resource persons, and we will interrogate this whole arena and come out with a standard that is acceptable to all of us, that we can apply individually in our universities, and then for us, our responsibility is the law that established us. Thank you.
Thank you. We've come to the end of this session. There are a number of questions that have been raised. And as Professor Shasha has indicated, that is work that needs to be done by all of us. When it comes to the university, is for us in the university sectors to come up with those policies to adjust to the CBC and to adjust to the changes that are happening very, very fast in the education sector. Professor Ayel has also raised the question of us coming up with a strategy, and he's posed that question to Professor Muluvi, who will be coming back to the stage later in the day, so he probably address that as well. And with that, I think we have had a very, very successful morning, and I would like us to really appreciate our presenters. And maybe this time we do the 5 factorial which you are shown yesterday. Huh? Then after that you can take a lunch break. Okay. So we start from 5. Okay. 1. Well done. You finished very strongly. So we leave it at that. Thank you very much. Over to you, Dedians.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Kioni and team. We've got precisely 1 hour for lunch. In Mombasa, 1 hour is calibrated. It is not exactly 1 hour. It ends up being a little bit of a problem. So in 1 hour, let's reconvene here for the afternoon session. It's a tight one. So I'm asking as we go for lunch, check where the queue is shorter and kindly go to the queue, and let's do less talking and more eating so that we can be back at exactly 1:45, please. Most welcome, Santeni Sana. And you can pass by the tents, Max Global, still receiving those interested in collaborations and connections. Also NRF, receiving your queries. Let's break for lunch, please. Asanteni Sana. Yesterday I said we'll get gifts and present, and we agreed on time. So in Kiswahili they say asiye kuwemo na lake halipo. To translate to our Finnish colleague, those who are not there, theirs is not there. I'm making a literal translation. In essence, those who are not here will not get the gifts we are talking about and the present. So let me ask Professor Heikki to just let you know what presents you're about to get. Now that
have really taken us to where we are, and just wanted to speak a bit and point to what then led to development and establishment of the Kenya National Qualifications Framework, which is basically a concept that is currently being embraced by so many countries, regionally and internationally, because of the need to make sure that we are able to have a harmonized education and training, and where our graduates are not just being absorbed nationally, but they're able to have qualifications that are acceptable and employable outside the country. And so the vision that this country has had, of course, as we had in the morning, we've had policies that have shaped what we are currently having as the Kenya National Qualifications Framework that is being implemented by the Kenya National Qualifications Authority, and that stems from as early as 1964, where we had the Ominde report that really was looking at the responsiveness of the education system. We wanted to see education that meets the needs of the country, having seen probably addressing the areas that had not been addressed prior to independence. And so we wanted an education system that's really addressing the needs of the country, getting to the Gashadi report on review of curriculum, and we are still having this discussion today. And we had the sessional paper number 1 of 205, and that is where we had really the issue of having a framework of qualifications emphasized and envisioned so that it can address the integrated, or it can integrate fragmented qualifications that we had as a country. We had the sessional paper number 14 of 2012 that again emphasized and recommended establishment of the framework. And fast forward, in 2014, we had the enactment of the KNQF Act, and then we have seen that being emphasized, its implementation being emphasized through papers such as the sessional paper number 1 of 2019. And all that history speaks to our interest in making sure that we have what you're calling these globally competitive qualifications, that we are able to open up our borders, and where if we do not have, or our market is not adequately absorbing our graduates, then they can, very comfortably get to Finland and get jobs. So we are so great to know what Finland has done in opening up opportunities for graduates. And for those who are not able to take advantage of that kind of a project, then wherever they are, they should be able to be absorbed anywhere else. But to get that, then we have to make sure that we are able to make visible our qualifications. And that is where we have our qualifications well articulated in the Kenya National Qualifications Framework, which is a system for articulation, classification, registration of those qualifications. We also talk about embedding quality assurance in them, and also monitoring and evaluation. And we say it then as a critical reform tool for comparability and recognition of qualifications, of quality assured qualifications. And we're so glad when we talk about competency based curriculum, because National Qualifications Framework, if you look at how it is it is competency-based. It is learning outcome-based. It is so clear on what someone who is at whatever level of qualification, the highest being level 10 or PhD level, doctorate, what exactly are you supposed or expected to demonstrate? So as institutions, are we all contributing to that with the kind of curriculums that we are having, with the kind of, or the way we are offering our education to the students? And that speaks again to what we had earlier, had our speaker ask, how are we collaborating? How are we confident that the kind of qualifications, the graduates that you get from University A can be compared with a graduate who is from University B? Because really we should be able to speak to one another. And so that those qualifications that we are showing out there in the global framework, then we are confident of ourselves as a country on what we are having. And just a brief then on what KNQA is about. It's relatively then a new agency, as you've had established through the KNQF Act of 2014. Basically began operations in late 2018. And then the role is basically to coordinate and harmonize the various levels of education and training so that we have a common database of all qualifications in the country. And we're so glad that we've been speaking to so many stakeholders, and we are all enjoined in making sure that this comes to pass for the good of this country. Rationale informed by establishing a common regulatory system for recognition of attainment of knowledge, skills, competencies, and values. And for us, when we hear of CBET and TVET, and when we hear of CBC curriculum and the progress that we are making, I think it is very good for the country, because then it means that what we're going to map out, what we are going to show, this will be globally recognized and competitive qualifications that will transform the country, which is basically our vision. And the mandate, just to mention again, the KNQF Act then mandated KNQA, all right, yeah, to implement the framework. And the framework, again, we said it is very clearly articulated on the skills, the competencies that are expected to be demonstrated by an individual at whatever level that you have. We're also talking about classifying, articulating these qualifications in those levels in terms of the volume of learning, level descriptors very clear, and also the entry requirements, among others. Most importantly, competence, lifelong learning, and attainment of national qualifications. We've heard about recognition of prior learning, which is being coordinated by KNQA, but of course we're doing that with all the stakeholders that really have a part in it. And we are seeing implementation of the National Qualifications Framework address so many ills that we've been having as a country. For instance, fragmented qualifications. We do appreciate as a country that we're so keen in education and training. And we've seen so many sectors, so many ministries having a training section. So where can we come in? Where do we integrate all that training that we're having and making sure that none gets really lost? So we have that being addressed by the framework, and of course getting to being able to compare the qualifications regionally, nationally, and internationally. Let me get to the part where I would say that implementation of, let's go, move on, of the framework has been enabled by a lot of speaking with the industry, and we're so glad about that. The universities, the regulatory bodies led by the Commission for University Education, TVET, and others, and even the partners. We're so glad of the partners are really embracing this. Ultimately, we want qualifications that are portable, they are comparable, we can be able to recognize them, be acceptable, and promote mobility. And that said, we're so glad to be part of this conversation, just to see that we're taking part in co-creating how our qualifications are shaping up as they get to be very competitive. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Anne. Sorry about the time. Yeah, so we again reorganize a bit. Professor Ayiro will come towards the end of this session so that he can make a presentation and probably by reorganizing we allow enough time to focus on some key issues on the CBC. So with that we go to the panelists, and each of the panelists will have an opportunity to make some remarks. And I would like to start off the discussion by continuing probably where Dr. Karita had left her presentation, and that's basically the kind of changes that we expect to happen in the next few years. And I want to ask her and the panelists also to share their experience with regard to the very rapid changes that have happened in the last 2 years because of COVID-19, where students could not be able to come to the classroom that we are talking about because there were the COVID-19 restrictions. We had, in Kenya, all of us were thrust into an unknown territory and we started teaching remotely. We had to come with our own definitions and terms to describe the way that we were teaching during the COVID-19 pandemic. So the question is this: we moved probably a couple of years ahead in terms of mainstreaming ICT in our teaching. But now we are back to normal. The COVID-19 restrictions have been relaxed. The tendency or the trend in most of the cases is for people to go back to the way they were teaching before COVID-19. Yet, the adoption of technology made it realize that it's possible to teach in a completely different way. So in Finland, do you have that inertia where people are basically moving back to or unwilling to probably build on the gains that came as a result of COVID-19 in terms of adoption of technology, and you just share that experience and you tell us whether there are concerns, whether people are worried about the security of their jobs if they adopt ICT extensively to the point where we have the kind of vision you talked about, having a lot of courses on a common platform. Are there concerns from the from people, from the workers, from the university faculty, and from basically from the way the universities are organized, the major stakeholders? Are there concerns that there are going to be loss of jobs? Are there concerns that they cannot really adjust sufficiently and probably pursue their careers the way they had planned them and so on? We start with you, Dr. Karita.
Thank you. Very, very important question and discussion. And I don't think anybody has the right answer, but in Finland, of course, the time after COVID, it has been, we just came back from our summer holidays, and this is actually the first month when we are fully 100% back to school. So I think we are now having the discussion whether, what kind of hybrid model we are running. How much online, how much in the classroom, and trying to find a good model for each faculty, because it's slightly different in the healthcare sector than, for example, let's say music or engineering. So we have to also do personalized paths for faculties, not only, you know, like a general rule. So we are discussing this and we are building it, and I don't think it's ready yet, and it will never be ready, but a lot of discussion. And what we have organized already many years ago when the digitalization started, a mentor. So we offer help where help is needed. It's not enough, but it's something. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Puza, Dr. Puza, you could respond to that. You said you make things happen. How do you make the change stick? How do you make the change and the benefits that came with COVID-19 in terms of mainstreaming ICT in the teaching and learning? How do you make the gains stick so that we build on that and move on to another level? How do you make that happen?
Thank you very much for the very interesting question, but just maybe a couple of weeks ago, I read an article in Finland where it was said that despite the fact that there was lots of discussions and articles on that we had to take a big step in digitalization and moving to online learning because of COVID, and we made it fast. And it was said that because of this COVID, things we were not prepared, we had to do very quickly. But according to this article, the writer said that that is not true. We were prepared this, as my colleague Dr. Karita Brokki told here. We were prepared, we were training our teachers years before that how to use the technology, how to develop the pedagogy in the digital area. Then we just had to take those measures and those methods into use very quickly. But in general, because the theme of this discussion is the future of education in Kenya, I want to add here also that one quote from our former president who said that if we don't know what is going to happen and how, let us trust that everything will go fine. And that was President Koivisto who said this. So I trust.
For us, it has been a major challenge in adopting and mainstreaming ICT in teaching and learning. I don't know whether there are such constraints in Finland and how you probably overcame them.
Well, in my opinion, there is always challenges with technology, but they can always be solved. And thanks to our very competent teachers, they are very creative on how to act in a situation where the technology doesn't work as was expected. But I think those problems we overcome, and of course that because this was an, let's say, event that touched the whole world, so we all learned and shared the experience how to do when the technology doesn't help us or fails in some occasions.
Thank you very much. Then I would like to ask Paul, who is coming from Kenya University Central College's Central Placement Service, to tell us whether KUPS has observed any change in the trends on how students select the courses to go to related to the issue of ICTs. As students now are probably moving or choosing courses where there are reputations of universities having mainstreamed ICT in their teaching, or is that something that is not important in the selection of university places? Paul, over to you.
Thank you very much. Even before COVID, ICT was already a very attractive option for students. And COVID only helped to bring out the importance of incorporating ICT in processes. So in terms of student placement, one of the courses or one of the category of courses that students tend to prefer is ICT related courses, whether at the degree level or at the diploma level. We see a lot of students seeking to do ICT related courses, and I think it is because of that movement towards ICT integration in processes and in business.
So there was already preference for ICT. COVID had no impact at all. I believe that there are more opportunities now in the ICT. So one would expect that the selection of programs that have ICT or in ICT would be probably much higher.
Yes, I can say that, COVID was a disruption, so to speak. When everybody thought that they had figured everything out and we were doing things the way we had gotten used to doing them, then COVID comes and we realize that we have to change. And one of the ways we have to change is to see what kind of ICTs that we can use to go around the challenges that COVID had brought. So the providers of these courses already had certain ICT courses, but now with COVID we are again seeing a new kind of interest in ICT, and especially ICTs that help people to tackle issues of disease outbreaks, of remote work, collaborations, remote collaborations for work. So we haven't seen any negative change in terms of interest in the courses, but we only see more and more interest in the courses that are ICT related.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get some questions from the floor, and we note that this is more or less the last session. So as you ask a question, we should reflect on what was presented yesterday and the last 2 days. Yesterday there was a very good presentation, and one of them was by Dr. Maria there, and she gave a chart showing the kind of skills that graduates are expected to have as we move into the future. And there was a very nice chart that has all those skills. I don't know whether, I'm sure many of you can recall that. So as we look at the future of the education and as we continue our panel discussions, we could address ourselves to that and ask ourselves what we need to do to ensure that the graduates who will be coming from our universities and from our technical institutions actually do have those skills and do have those competencies that are required for a person moving to this very fast-changing world of work. So with that, I would like to welcome some questions from the floor, and we can start from this side. We have Professor Odhiambo. We get some five questions or so. Anybody else? Then at the back there. From my right hand side, we need to have more questions. Professor Odhiambo, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I have about 2-3 questions. The first one is, I think yesterday we had some presentation from our colleagues from Finland about teacher education. And I'm just about to leave to the airport, but I'm not very clear how they do the teacher education in their university in terms of, is it that, teaching involves the content, the subject content, and also involves the pedagogy. So are these done concurrently or not? That has not come clear to me. I hope you understand that. So if somebody can respond to that. Then the second one, to that great presentation from Kenya National Qualification Authority. Very good presentation. You talked about KenQA is trying to address the issue of articulations, the issue of classification, registration of programs, quality assurance, the M and E of national qualifications. Is there an overlap? Is there an overlap between your role and Commission for University Education? As a DVC academic for 10 years in Jomo Kenyatta, the issue of when you are admitting students, especially diplomas, when you wanted to articulate them from the diploma maybe to the degree program, I had problems sometimes. You get students that have done diploma 6 months, 1 year, whatever. And so when KNQA was born, I was very happy about it, that it was bringing that harmonization of qualifications and describing the pathways of where do you get into the university and whatever. But I don't know, I know this is sub judice. I've heard that there are some issues in the court about this. Can you tell us really what is happening? Because for me, as a university professor in this country, this is something that we needed to have adopted long time ago. But I do hear different voices. Can you people talk? The KNQA and maybe KWE and maybe TVETA. Is it TVETA? So that we agree, really we adopt this and move forward. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Professor Odhiambo. At the back, please.
Sit on. Oh, sorry. I have the mic. I don't know whether...
Okay. He has a mic too. Let's start.
Oh, okay, fine.
All right, thanks.
Okay.
My name is James Odero. Now, one of the challenges that have come out clearly here that probably I want an answer to is the question of probably employability of learners or students who leave colleges, that is universities to be specific. In the job market, there is I don't want to call it stigmatization, but you can help me if that is what it is, that there is specific recognition for, or rather desire for learners from certain institutions. So that if you come, say, from the University of Nairobi, an employer would prefer you to another graduate from a different institution. I want to direct this to KNQA, and we also have the honor of having several vice chancellors here. Why would that happen? Why wouldn't we have graduates who are able to walk into any industry and earn the same recognition? Why would there be a preference for graduates from, say, University A over University B? And what can we do to bridge that so that we produce learners with the confidence that they can fit anywhere and work in this country? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Jackson Washira from University of Embu. I have 2 questions, or maybe generally just 2 remarks. And number one, I want to pick from where Professor Airo picked in terms of the skills requirement from one of the presenters from Finland. And he was very categorical about the skills that were presented in terms of where the direction the Finland government is taking. And I want to borrow a leaf from there. And my concern is, I don't know who I'm directing the questions to.
Just ask.
Yes.
Do you know who to direct it to?
Thank you. Is it possible that we adopt such a scenario where maybe the Vice Chancellor's Forum or Q or whichever other body can be able to be doing some skills gap analysis, generic ones, at our national level, such that we can be borrowing while developing or implementing curricula? We are already now shifting towards CBC, but are there some other skills that are generally required? And this resonated very well with Professor Airo's concern. My other issue is about the engagement of the other bodies. And Professor Muluvi was very clear that among the institutions or industries that they're engaging with respect to CBC at the university level is a TSC. But I believe, Prof, that's not the only institution that we should also be engaging. There are quite a number Because in the near future, perhaps already, we need to ask ourselves, like medicine, how shall we be able to bring in the CBC graduates and the other areas? I'm sure Professor Kioni, EBK and the like, they would also want to be in the footage, especially at the university level, at TVET level. Where will they be anchored, or what are we doing with respect to their other programs, such that we don't just seem to be aligning ourselves just to education. The last one, maybe Prof, and this is yours directly. Maybe a little bit of the NUICC in terms of university industrial linkages. Maybe a little bit engagement of other universities so that we can all be looped in. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Those are the questions. We'll take another two. Bernard Ghana. Any other? Maybe from already this time, just to have some gender balance. Well, you as well. Any lady who would like to ask a question? It's good to hear from. Okay, we can ask, then we have.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. This I expect Professor Ayiro to take us through. Now, this is the observation. Knowledge-based institutions are now entering advances in automation, digitization of information, unprecedented access to data, and there is increasing democracy in education. But you see, I'm your follower, and I've heard you talk about one principle, and this is about the inquiry on stakeholder involvement. The ideology have moved elsewhere on dancers, and expected results. People who don't dance at the center never get anywhere. Can you elaborate, tell us how you can link this discussion to the stakeholder initiatives in Kenya? Thank you.
Professor, you have, okay, I understand. Yeah, Professor Ayil understood what you asked, so he's going to answer it as he makes his presentation. So starting with Professor Odhiambo, there was an issue of clarification on teacher education in Finland. Okay, quicker then, sorry. I forgot we had said you would also ask. Okay, kindly go ahead and ask the question.
Thank you for the chance. Mine to the presenter, KNQA. How much work or sensitization has been done to the employer to actually know what is level 5, what is level 6? Because what we see in the adverts for jobs is a degree holder, a diploma holder, but we never see level 6, which KNQA says it's equivalent to a diploma. Now, the next one is on qualification. Now we have KNQA qualification level 6. When now you admit this trainee with level 6, it is denied registration for examination by Kenya National Examinations Council. It seems like one body does not know what the other body does, and we are all Kenyans, and we are in Kenya. Thank you.
So we start with pedagogy. There are questions directed to Dr. Ann Kade regarding Kenya National Qualifications Authority. I think I'll give a summary of those when I come to you. So we can start with you on the organization of teacher education in Finland.
Hello. Yes, I think the question was, if I heard it right, that if there is a subject teaching in our teacher education also.
The balance is the issue of the balance between pedagogy and content.
Yes. In the vocational higher education qualification, there is only pedagogical part. So there is no subject teaching at all. But in the basic education and upper secondary, you must have your master's in your subject and then pedagogical with it. That's a short answer.
I think it's clear. Thank you. I'm very clear. Then Dr. Ann Kadi, there are a couple of questions. One is really delineation of your role as Kenya National Qualifications Framework from that of other bodies. And then, and this was asked by, it comes across from the last question and also by Professor Odhiambo. And then the fact that there is guidance missing in terms of the pathways. There is inadequate guidance with regard to the pathways. If people are moving from diploma to degree, what are the requirements? Because there's a challenge for universities to decide whether to admit or not to admit, in spite of the provision, in spite of that, Kenya National Qualifications Framework being established to provide for those pathways. And the other question that has been asked by James Odero, and also by the person who asked the person to ask the questions, is the recognition of the Kenya National Qualifications grades by the industry and by other bodies, whether maybe you have not done enough sensitization for the industries to recognize your grading or the grading of the qualifications. And I think there's a question that was asked again by Dr. Odero about preference for universities. That's not for you. Maybe I can answer that on behalf of the universities. And I can say simply, every university has a responsibility to market itself and to market the programs. And if it's a new university, it must go out there and introduce itself to the industry and to the employers. But people having preferences is just natural, and there are many factors that go to that. I don't think much that National Qualifications Framework can do about an employer preferring a graduate from University of Nairobi or Moi University or any other university, rather than one from another institution. This is a business for us in the universities. So, Anne, Dr. Anne Kade.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those questions. I will attempt to address them, but a little bit modest in some of them. For instance, where we've heard about the overlap with other government agencies. And probably what I would say is that implementation of the objectives that each and every agency that has been given, those are initiatives by the government itself. And what I can say when it comes to the mandate of the authority and the mandate of the commission, the mandate of TVETA, those are key regulators when it comes to education and training in this country. And there's of course ongoing discussions that really need to address the issue of whether it is perceived or it is there, so that all these agencies are working for the common good and to achieve the objective that is there. But generally to say that then for KNQA, where it's coming in, just to promote integration and harmonization of qualifications in the country. And we work very closely with regulators, for instance, when it comes to the progression pathways and even defining those levels. We work very closely with the commission, we work very closely with TVETA, we work very closely with the department under the basic education, and because we are working for common good. But I would say that maybe what is lacking, and of course it's expected of a new agency with a new mandate. I enjoined this with the last question on sensitization. There is very deliberate sensitization that is going on. We are reaching out to all stakeholders, including all the institutions mandated to assess and award qualifications. That includes universities, that includes colleges, that includes even professional bodies, just to make sure that we are all speaking the same voice. And so we are very optimistic that this will be known to all as we continue to make this deliberate awareness. The other question then was on duplicating the roles. I think I've addressed that. Sensitization, I've addressed that. And of course that bit of the levels, like NEC probably denying what is indicated or articulated in the framework, like for level 6. But again, what I have said is that we are working together in this. Actually, we are also pursuing discussions with all those agencies so that we are speaking the same voice on this. But just to say that lately we've seen a lot of progress in cooperation and a lot of government support in making sure that the objectives then of the authority are achieved. Thank you. I don't know whether there's any that I haven't addressed.
Thank you. I think you've answered all of them. Thank you very much. Then finally, there were two questions raised again by Dr. Wachira from EBU. One is going to be answered by Dr. Ayero about the systems, alternative systems and so on. The other one was why only engage with TSC. That was directed to ourselves, the Vice Chancellor's Committee, regarding Professor Muruvi's presentation. But I can say on behalf of Muruvi, because he shares, I sit in those meetings as well, the Vice Chancellor's Committee has an arrangement to also cover other aspects of CBC. At this point, we said we are covering the bit of preparing the teachers for schools and for TVET, but we are also looking at the changes or the adjustments that need to be made to other programs. And as we do that, we have to involve the stakeholders, be it the board, the medical and dentist practitioners board, the engineers board of Kenya, all the professional and statutory bodies and other stakeholders in the industry. They will be involved in that adjustment. There was also a question directed to me on university linkages and whether what we presented in the morning is available to other universities. Indeed, we said that's the beginning. We have about 8 universities, the ones that have civil engineering in this particular program, where they partner with the Rose Board, but we are discussing to expand that to other disciplines and to other disciplines in engineering, but not just engineering, even management and all that, because all those skills are required in the infrastructure. And the idea is to also move beyond the infrastructure to move to industries and maybe adopt that same framework. If it works, you will find that it's working well. The other question of stakeholders will be answered by Dr. Yale. So I release the other panelists. They can resume their seats, and then we have the presentation. So thank you very much. Can we appreciate them for the contributions they have made? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope the acoustics are right. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to share with you extracts from the National External Evaluation of the CBC report so that we can learn from it as we wait to welcome CBC at tertiary, TVET, TTCs, and universities. Secondly, I am hoping that coming out of this Finnish Kenyan conference, that through our chair of the Vice Chancellor's Forum, we can establish a larger forum so that we can have a voice, stakeholders. If you just take Vice Chancellors, we are just about 100. But if we take Vice Chancellors and Deputy Vice Chancellors and Deans of our schools, we shall be about 500, like this audience. We can push for an agenda we can lobby with our ministry or even the National Treasury for the issues that confront our sector. In Ghana, and I hope there's somebody to support me on this, they have managed to lobby a certain percentage of the value added tax to help fund universities, the expansion of universities and research. You can't do that if you don't have a strong voice. So, from what we are discussing, obviously, we need a voice, a rational voice. We are not the type who will go to the streets, but we can engage our ministry through our cabinet secretary and our permanent secretary so that we can add value to this sector. Ladies and gentlemen, these are just extracts of the national evaluation, and this is what it intended to do. First of all, beliefs about the theoretical model, the level of implementation, the difficulties in implementation, the resource levels, the professional development, and then the structure of the new curriculum. And that's why, please move when I, just go back. That's why, even as we wait for CBC to come to us, let us bear in mind these thematic areas and how they affect us as universities. I want to emphasize the motive of this evaluation was from the ministry itself. After running the pilot in 410 schools together with UNESCO and the World Bank, the whole idea was not to do away with CBC, a notion that seems to be everywhere, and people are very apprehensive, and you know, there is tension, but it was intended to question the approach and basic assumptions so that we could move the process forward. And I think all of us agree that CBC is an inevitable outcome of globalization. We are one. So where the world is going, we also want to go there. So the intention of the evaluation was concerned with addressing what had been perceived as an implementation crisis and proposing measures to deal with it. That's why as universities we are lucky, because we still have some leeway. So with these partners coming in, we can avoid those pitfalls and ensure that there's no crisis in implementation. Next, as researchers, there must be an empirical justification, and those are just studies. Studies that have analyzed teachers' beliefs about the difficulties involved when a new program is introduced, like competency-based, the importance of the competence-based teaching, again, studies, and then effective education systems for the 21st century. Hence, the assessment.
But first, I want to express my joy for having been here for 3 days with each one of you and friends from Finland. We were brought together because we had mutual interests. And this is also a kind of friendship that we share. I've met a lot of friends that I ordinarily don't meet with, because we were brought together by shared aspirations and friendship to challenge each other, to encourage each other, to inspire each other, so that we bring life around what we do. I'm very happy also because what we have discussed here is relevant to us as a nation, and anybody can experience happiness when what he or she thinks and what they say are in harmony with what they want to do and what they actually eventually do. So there has been a bit of talking, sharing of ideas, and I want to encourage that we now synthesize what we have gathered here and plan on how to put action to it so that we implement. I want to thank all the resource persons. Of course, there will be official appreciation, but they have done extremely well. And I want to quote what somebody, a great writer called Tyson Edwards, said, that when you understand something thoroughly and you know it so well, teach others. You don't keep it to yourself. So those who know and have come to share information, I want to appreciate them for their generosity, their willingness to share with us. And I want to thank our friends, our partners, our colleagues who traveled all the way from Finland for so many hours. Right now in Europe, there are so many travelers. The airports are flooded with people. It's not a very nice experience going through transfers, but they managed to come, and we have over-engaged them. They have been here most of the time because there are a few and we are many, so we keep changing, but they're the same ones coming here for every other panel. They have tried their best and they have shared their experiences with love. These 3 days have made us to express our priorities, and we become greater based on the way we think, the way we plan, and the way we execute our plans. Ladies and gentlemen, the last presentation by Professor Airo reminded me about the changes that have taken place in our education system. When I went to class 1, we were just about 30 in a classroom, just about 30. When I went to Form 1 to Form 4, our classes were just about 30 to 35. And if a student dropped out, he was not replaced. So we were quite few and comfortable. When we went to university, it was even more comfortable because we had very nice accommodation, just 2 people in a nice cubicle, no double deckers, and good food, plus boom. We were getting boom. There are people here who understand that, others do not because they didn't get it. So we were encouraged to be in school, to be at university to learn. But when you look at the classroom in Homa Bay, and you can imagine yourself the first day you go to school, you go into that crowded classroom, you'll not be happy to be in school, for sure. And if you go to the university and things don't appear to work very well because you need to find accommodation somewhere away from the university. Look at a university college like Turkana. I don't know how many people have gone there. It's quite a distance from town. And even the town doesn't have good accommodation. And the university doesn't have enough accommodation for the students. So if COOPS place you at Turkana University, you find that you will suffer a lot of adjustment to fit in. We are also talking about skills for teachers so that they are effective in what they do to shape the destiny of our nation. I've been to a number of schools and I've found that there is no school that is properly staffed. And so we are talking about the environment for implementation of the new curriculum. We are talking about the equipment, we talk about infrastructure, we talk about the population of students, we talk about the teacher-learner ratio, and we need to look at the subject content. The way we were trained to teach, it was modeled along the CBC model. We were supposed to make it learner-centered. But as we worked, we made adjustment so that you use the easier method to complete the syllabus. And that's how we lost it. And we're also talking about the attitude that we develop in the course of implementation. Do we have shared objectives, shared aspirations, clearly spelled out on what we want to achieve? Do we have full information? And do we use the same process? Those are the same questions we need to ask ourselves. I know that teacher training colleges do not have that high population. I know TVET institutions have low enrollment for some of them, and so implementation of CBC is a lot easier. We are a growing population, and so we need to expand infrastructure and even have new institutions, have personnel to implement these programs so that we manage it. So we keep asking ourselves these questions. We keep looking at what others are doing so that we do our best. I want to go straight to appreciate our friends and partners from Finland, who are known for offering the best education system globally. And we wish to strengthen bilateral relations at the level of government to government, ministry to ministry, and institutions to institutions. Already, we are working together. We have a guiding document which we signed. All PSS have signed, and we want to collaborate. So I want to encourage all of us who are here and our colleagues who are not here to be informed that we can learn from our partners. Vainadu Ingana said, iron sharpens iron. So man sharpens man based on the experience. For the early learning and basic education, our collaborators and partners from Finland will want to support cooperation in teacher education to learn and share experiences on teacher management. So the principals, the deputy principals, head teachers, and other heads of departments, you can learn management skills. Then there will be training of trainers and development of pedagogical skills, capacity building and integration of ICT in training. There will be support in the establishment and review of data management systems. I think you use NEMIS to enhance monitoring and evaluation of performance in an easier way, in a much easier manner than what you do on daily basis. Sharing of experiences on basic education, improvement of science and technology, and support of curriculum review in collaboration with KICD, so that CBC can be implemented more effectively. We invited KICD, but I think they didn't turn up. But they'll be great beneficiaries from this collaboration. They'll be supported in the monitoring and evaluation of teacher training, especially in the education system from primary level, secondary level, pre-primary, and teacher education. They'll also support capacity building for teachers and education managers in focusing on targeted priority training for teachers and for those who monitor the work that is done in our institutions. For the VTT, vocational and technical training institutions, there is a lot of focus on promoting integration of ICT in our institutions. And we want to partner with the ICT Authority and the Ministry in charge of Information, Communication and ICT, so that we enhance connectivity to provide for open, distant and e-learning systems to function. We also wish to support capacity building of technical trainers in the competency-based education and training, CBET. And this will include training of trainers and creation of trainee exchange programs. Trainee exchange programs. So colleagues, encourage teachers who may be on the forefront of implementation of these partnerships to ensure they have passports. Support the provision of learning assistive technologies for special needs training. Then development of scholarship programs for the vulnerable groups in slums, in refugee camps and ASL areas. Then support the development of incubation centers to refine and upgrade production units. And this will be done in collaboration with the Kenya National Innovation Agency. Dr. Umwanza was here. I hope he's still around and is very, very interested in working with the institutions. They'll also assist in evaluation of equipment for effective technical teaching. Because there are some subjects, I've visited a VTT institution where I looked at the engines they were using for automobile engineering. And they were very old types of engines. When motoring technology has changed, we need the modern engines so that students are up to date. They can start with the old ones, but also have the modern ones. At university education and research level, we have agreed on support in the area of capacity building through scholarship programs for staff, that is the academic staff and brilliant students who will join the academic staff, those who excel. That should be the motivation, that they'll get scholarships to go to Finland and return to serve their institution. This will include sabbatical leave for vice chancellors and lecturers from both countries will wish to have lecturers from Finland come and stay in our universities, and will wish to have lecturers from here go to Finland and experience teaching there. We wish to support the establishment of science and technology parks. And there is one coming up very quickly at Dedan Kimathi University of Technology, one coming up at Chuka University, and we are to start one in Konza. The one in Konza will be for everybody. Anybody who wants to have space in the science park from our institutions will be given space, because it's going to be massive. The construction will start soon. And this will be done in collaboration with the Kenya National Innovation Agency. They want to work in partnership, and I'm happy Professor Chacha and Professor Njoroge from the Commission for University Education have been with us throughout. They'll partner with the Commission for University Education and individual universities to review the curriculum for implementation of CBC. There will be need for tweaking some of the curriculum that you have now. They'll also support university to industry linkages, because they have done it in their country, so that this collaboration can be active and beneficial to students, and even make the work of lecturers easier, so that even the products are more employable, because they'll have gone through internship, attachments, and even volunteerism to have that industrial experience. Then they'll support integration of ICT in learning and training to ensure continuity in learning. I know many of our universities are also spending a lot to supply the internet. We were here with the director of ICT, and he said they are going to look into it so that they avail the internet for free the way they are doing for schools. They'll also want to promote joint collaboration in matters research, innovation activities, and even train people on commercialization. They're willing to do that. At this point, we were signing letters of intent for this collaboration, and they are very practical oriented people. They don't just do things for the sake of it. That's why we were there recently, and they are here. They have been with us the whole week, and from here we don't want to let this collaboration slow down. There must be activities. Activities must start immediately, and that's why we are encouraging those of you who are here to interact with our friends from Finland. And that's why they are with us, they're eating with us, they are staying with us. And if you are a bit closed in, you are a bit reluctant to interact with them, there is a gentleman here, Cornelius Kiplagat. Kindly stand up again for colleagues to see you. This is the gentleman behind this partnership. A very patriotic Kenyan who confirms that a good man is not made for himself. He's made for other people. This is the person who has assisted us to get into this collaboration, and he was right at the center of preparation for this conference, together with our team from the ministry. Talk with him. He's an open-hearted person, very easy, and his word that he will give you is what he will follow through and do for you. A very special Kenyan. Please clap for him again. Thank you very much, Cornelius. So colleagues will be talking with you, and we shall be very happy. In fact, if the team from Finland, those who are here until tomorrow, will visit our nearest institutions here, just to begin the partnership. And I'm very happy that the Vice Chancellor of Technical University of Mombasa is willing to host you tomorrow morning. Sleep enough, wake up a bit late, and go to the Technical University of Mombasa. And next to it, there is the Technical College as well. Just pass through to have a feel of how Kenyan institutions are. I don't know if you will be strong enough to reach Pwani University, because I've also seen the Vice Chancellor here, and is also very keen. Then we'll wish that we work together. We are already working in collaboration with the Commission for University Education, with the COOPS, with UFB, with the Higher Education Loans Board, to establish our own data system so that we get all the data together. But they have come in and they'll want to assist us to establish University Information Management data system to improve planning projections and therefore service delivery, so that a university will know where lecturers are about to retire or to go on sabbatical leave, or there is a shortage, and so on, need to fill the gaps, and so on. You will also monitor the trends in enrollment in different courses so that you plan, and you also monitor the flow of resources from all the sources that you get funding. Then training of trainers on leadership and management. Leadership is what we assume we know. Even when we are trained in various areas of training, we hardly include leadership and management. So there are people who assume they know leadership. They assume they are managers. But we lack what we need to manage effectively. We sometimes lack what we need to be efficient in providing leadership. Then post-training and skills development. Post-training. I hope Dr. Opora is still here. Is Dr. Opora here? You've been here throughout. And from the word go, when we met with our colleagues from Finland, they said they have done very well in post-training. And we visited a post-training institution, institutions which we are yet to establish. So you will find very good partnership as you plan to establish our own post-training institutions. So they will support continuous training after graduation. That's the way I understand post-training. To promote entrepreneurial knowledge, attitude, and skills in all efforts towards job creation and poverty eradication. The other day in my state department, the director of human resources was organizing to train people who are about to retire. So I asked him, how is it like? What are you training them on? And he said, we want them to start small businesses, to start businesses in retirement. We need to get these ideas early enough and perhaps start when we are still working. And some of us, from where we come from, we believe we cannot do business. So shaping that attitude as we get skills imparted to practice will also help us. Support bridging of skills mismatch by establishing career programs. Many people in government go to Kenya School of Government. And for a number of years, I've seen people go and come back. And I want to be honest, when they come back, they do things the same way they were doing before they went for the training. So how effective is it in terms of transforming somebody? We'll also want to bring Kenya School of Government on board so that we bridge the skills. Then to initiate talent management programs to promote a culture of creativity, of innovation, and productive entrepreneurship. Creativity. And we're talking about talent. There are people who are talented. But sometimes people who are talented are not supported to demonstrate their talent. Sometimes even the talent is not recognized. So we shall be trained on how best to identify. It's just like fielding a team. Who will play number 11 and who will play number 3 in football? You need to know certain aspects that places that person there. And who will play number 9 and who will play number 5. If you don't know how to field your team, then the team will not succeed. Then we want to support reskilling, retooling of the master crafts person. And where you can see me there, we had visited one such institution. A large hall like this, where people who are talented in art and craft, each one of them had space to do what they want to do, under supervision, under monitoring, to assist them to perfect on what they love doing. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an opportunity. Let us make use of it. And our friends from Finland have assured me they'll provide an opportunity for anybody, any institution that is willing to get into this partnership. There are many students studying in Finland. I didn't know before until I went there and found that there are close to 800 students from Kenya studying there. What is unique is that those students are very disciplined because they are in an environment where people are very disciplined. So they reach there and they are also very disciplined. I'm emphasizing this because I've been to Canada, where some Kenyans who went there to be students became street men and women. Street men and women. Even if you go for the General Assembly in New York this September and you walk around New York, you'll come across Kenyans who are street men and women who don't take a shower, who don't wash their clothes, because if they wash, they'll be repatriated. So they look like they are confused, so that they continue benefiting from the welfare provisions there. There are Kenyans there. But what I saw in Finland were very well-behaved students. And in each institution we went, we asked if there is any who has shown some signs of truancy and general misbehavior, and we were told, no, these are lovely people. So they have done quite well. And I want to encourage that will be a place, if there are opportunities, to take students, because you will not go wrong. You will not go wrong. So I want to finish by saying that coming together the way we did on Tuesday should mark the beginning of solid formula for us to work together. And staying together, working together, meeting regularly will give us the progress that we want to achieve, and we shall succeed together the way Henry Ford put it. And that's why I want to propose that we make this an annual conference. An annual conference. And I want to assure you it will be refined, it will be better, because we shall involve more stakeholders in the preparation. Mr. Kiplagat is more than willing to continue assisting us to make it even better. And in it, if you thoroughly know anything, teach it to others anytime. Share information, and you'll be empowering people. you'll be making people better. Yesterday, I was with Professor Okech, the Dean of Students at Technical University of Kenya. Professor, you stand up for people to see you. I know you didn't expect me to say this. Please sit down. You have seen him. He was telling me as a dean how he goes to informal settlements where students live when they fail to come to university, to go and pull them out, understand their problems, encourage them, recover them, and bring them back to continue with their studies. And I was just remembering when I was a student, I never even knew who the dean was. It was not something we bothered ourselves with. We just needed to know our lecturers, like Professor Chacha, and that was it. So students are more complicated now. They have more problems now. It needs somebody with the passion, with the commitment, with the total dedication, like Professor Okech, to jump on a motorbike and go to Mukuru Kayaba to search for a student and get him out. A student who is not even having food to eat. A student who is not even having rent to pay, and is so frustrated, to bring him back to study. So if each one of us will do his or her best for the vulnerable, for those that Professor Ayiro described as silent elimination cases, then we shall make a better nation for ourselves. So I want to thank each one of you for the goodwill you have demonstrated, to have come, to have attended all sessions, to have asked questions, and for the resource persons to have answered all questions, to satisfy those who are asking because they were wondering what certain things meant. By so doing, we learn, we improve ourselves, and we become better. God bless you all.
Another round of applause. You know, it gets tricky when your boss is inspired and you're trying to, it is very tricky. But first things first, if you've misplaced your seeing aids, some spectacles here, kindly pick them from me here. Then we've got panelists. Professor Yuha, Professor Muluve, Chair Kati, Chair Principals of Primary Teacher Training Colleges, and my colleague from Tibet. Having listened to the inspiration oozing from the PS, your thoughts, please. There are mics where you are. If there are no microphones, we'll pass microphones round. Starting with you, Professor Hua.
I can even stand up if it's, you know, because I'm so impressed of the words of PS. It's you know, you really gave us a nice and huge list of things we can do. And I write down some words, just by, you know, whatever came to my mind during your speech. And I want to read some of those words aloud. The first word I wrote down is asante. It's something I, you know, it's written here, it's the biggest one. And then I say, wrote somewhere that nothing is impossible. So, you know, I have a feeling that all you listed, all the things you think about this cooperation, it's possible. Like I said some days ago, every chance is an opportunity. And now we have the chance. So it means that we have this opportunity to go on with the cooperation. I also write down that the trainers program, that okay, there may be one good way to help you to implement those competence-based curriculum is that, okay, start to train the train. but go as soon as possible to the students, teachers and pupils' reality. To the classrooms as soon as possible. And some words also, real winners don't compete, they do. So it's starting with the do. It's also good that you say, okay, and one sentence is here, if not now, then when? If not me, then who? And that's all of us, you know, it's have to be active actor. That's what I want to thank you during these 3 days, for example, that you really find out the real, hopefully concrete things you can do in your own organizations. And on behalf of our Finnish delegation, I want to say that maybe you recognize that we are from different organizations. And we are here together, and we build those things hopefully we can offer to you together. It's not like we compete to each other. Well, no, we try to find this co-creation, like it's the theme of this conference. And also for us as a Finns, we find that this co-creation as a tool for help you and help us to get something from you. So it's you know, it's not only that we are giving something that we are already during these 3 days we have get a lot of things from you. So it's a vice versa situation. And like you said, win, 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 but I want to put one win more. Because we win also from your experiences and your nice words. I want to stop with the same word I started, asante.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Hua. Chair, Vice Chancellors of Public Universities. There is another mic on the podium.
I also want to take this opportunity on behalf of my colleagues from the university sector to appreciate our Principal Secretary for inviting us to this meeting. The invitations on PS, we received them last week, but we are surprised with the level of preparedness which has gone in organizing this meeting, which I believe has been of great success. We have also seen a lot of participation from the ministry or the state departments who are here making presentations, and we appreciate them for a job well done. So I want to thank all of you, together with the ministry, for organizing this meeting. You have summarized most of the issues and the pertinent issues which, going forward, we will need to address. And I must admit, other than the meeting Professor Lamban Ayiro mentioned, which we had at the Super Springs Hotel, where he made the presentation that time, this is now the next meeting, which as university sector has been organized, where we have participated to discuss CBC. So it's very critical for us, and as some people said, we need to bring more people on board. We need to ensure that the whole university sector is sensitized so that we avoid the challenges which at the moment are being experienced in a transition from grade 5 to grade 6. And I believe that if we can deal with the issues the PS has highlighted, we'll go a long way. You imagine right now, the transition from secondary to university stands at 15%. And the transition to tertiary institutions is about 20. In other words, the people who finish from 4 and then go to tertiary institutions, that transition I've calculated using data from Kenya Universities and the Colleges Central Placement Service is about 35%. So if we talk about 100% transition and the people moving without examinations, it means a lot of work will